Have you ever been deep in the woods, truly alone? I mean, so far out that the sounds of the city, the hum of traffic, the noise of everyday life just completely disappears. It's replaced by the whisper of the wind, the snap of a twig in the distance. It's a feeling of peace for some, but for others, it's a feeling of pure, primal isolation. The Appalachian Trail is a place of incredible beauty, a winding path of ancient mountains and deep, silent forests. Thousands of people hike it every year, looking for an escape, an adventure. They put their trust in the trail and in the people tasked with protecting it, the park rangers. We see them as figures of safety, knowledgeable, helpful guides in a vast wilderness. But the story you're about to hear, it paints a very different picture. This is a true account from a hiker who had an encounter on the trail that they'll never forget. An encounter with a ranger that was all wrong, unsettling. A meeting that turned the comfort of seeing a friendly face into a slow, burning dread. So, turn down the lights. Get comfortable. We're heading deep into the mountains for a story that proves sometimes the most terrifying thing you can find in the middle of nowhere is another person. My name is Maria, and for the record, I want to state that I am, or was, of sound mind. I have a master's degree in biology with a focus on botany from a reputable university. I believe in the scientific method, in observable phenomena, and in rational explanations. Or at least, I used to. I'm writing this down because I don't know who else to tell, and I fear that telling the wrong person will either get me locked away or, worse, ignored. What happened out there in the deep woods of the Appalachian Mountains doesn't fit into any textbook I've ever read. I took the job as a seasonal park ranger on the Appalachian Trail for all the reasons you'd expect. I was tired of sterile labs and the endless hum of the city. I craved the scent of damp earth, the rustle of leaves in the wind, and the profound silence that can only be found miles away from any road. It was a dream come true. Getting paid to maintain the trails, and conduct my own botanical research in one of the oldest mountain ranges in the world. My post was in a relatively remote section in North Carolina, a beautiful but demanding stretch of trail known for its sudden, violent weather and dense forests. My senior, a grizzled man named Al, who had worked the trails for 30 years, gave me the standard orientation. He showed me the maps, pointed out areas with frequent bear activity, warned me about flash floods in the valleys, and taught me how to use the radio. Standard procedure. But on my last day of training, he hesitated as we stood looking out over a vast, green expanse. "One more thing, Maria," he said, his voice lower than usual. "This place is old. Older than the trees, older than the rivers. Most days it's just mountains and woods. But some days it's not. If you feel something's wrong, don't try to be a hero. Don't try to analyze it. You get yourself back to the station. You understand?" I nodded, assuming he was referring to a gut feeling about an impending storm or a predator nearby. I was a scientist. I dealt with facts, not vague feelings. I thanked him for the advice, and for the first few weeks, settled into a peaceful routine. My days were spent clearing fallen branches, repainting trail markers, and talking to the occasional through hiker. The forest was my sanctuary. Its sounds were a comforting symphony, the chirping of birds, the chatter of squirrels, the whisper of the wind through the canopy. I felt at home, at peace. I'd often venture slightly off trail, armed with my sample bags and field guides, in search of rare mosses or fungi, completely absorbed in my work. That was my first mistake. The day it happened began perfectly. The sky was a brilliant cloudless blue, and the air was warm with the promise of a long, sunny afternoon. I was about a mile from the main path, deep in a grove of ancient hemlocks, collecting specimens of ghost pite, a fascinating parasitic plant that lacks chlorophyll. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold. It was idyllic. That's when I walked into it. It wasn't a gradual change. One moment I was in the warm, sunlit air. The next I was engulfed in a pocket of intense, unnatural cold. It was a physical shock, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. The temperature must have dropped 20 degrees in the space of a single footstep. I stopped dead, my breath misting in front of me, and then came the smell. It was sharp, sterile, and metallic, the distinct smell of ozone, like the air right after a lightning strike. But there hadn't been a storm for days. The sky above the canopy was still a perfect, uninterrupted blue. The air grew thick, heavy, pressing in on me with a palpable weight. It felt like the pressure in your ears when you're descending in an airplane, but it was all over my body. Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood bolt upright, buzzing with a static charge I could almost hear. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden dead silence. The symphony of the forest had ceased. No birdsong, no insect chatter, no rustling leaves. The world had gone mute. Then came the feeling. It was the most primal and terrifying sensation I have ever experienced. I was being watched. It wasn't the feeling of a bear or a bobcat hiding in the undergrowth. This was not the gaze of a simple animal. This was an intelligent, focused, and utterly malevolent scrutiny. It was a cold, calculating awareness fixed directly on me, peeling back my layers, seeing right through my skin and into my soul. I was prey. I was an insignificant insect under a magnifying glass, and the being holding it was ancient and hateful. I didn't dare turn around. I didn't dare move. My scientific mind was screaming, scrambling for an explanation. A strange meteorological event, a pocket of super, cooled gas released from the Earth. But no theory could account for the sheer, suffocating malevolence that was boring into the back of my skull. It felt like if I turned, I would see something that my mind was not equipped to handle, something that would shatter my sanity like glass. My sample bag slipped from my numb fingers, its contents spilling onto the moss. I didn't care. My only thought was escape. Fighting against the immense pressure in the air, I slowly, deliberately took a step back out of the cold spot. The moment I crossed the invisible threshold, warmth returned. The sound of the forest rushed back in, so loud it made me flinch. A bird sang defiantly from a branch above me. But the feeling of being watched didn't completely disappear. It had lessened, but it was still there, a lingering stain on the air. I snatched up my bag and ran. I didn't look back. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I didn't stop until I stumbled back onto the main trail, my body shaking uncontrollably. The forest no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a hunting ground, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I had just trespassed on the territory of a predator far older and more terrible than any bear. And it knew I was there. Sleep did not come that night. Every gust of wind rattling the windows of my small, isolated ranger cabin sounded like a scratching claw. Every shadow thrown by the swaying pines seemed to take on a tall, thin, and impossibly jointed shape at the edge of my vision. I sat at my small kitchen table, the station's official incident report form blank in front of me, a lukewarm mug of tea clutched in my trembling hands. How could I possibly report what had happened? At approximately 14:30 hours, I encountered a localized, unexplained drop in temperature, accompanied by the smell of ozone and a profound sense of existential dread. They would recall me for a psychological evaluation before the ink was dry. I ended up writing a brief, pathetic entry about a possible encounter with a large bear that had left me unsettled. It felt like a lie, a betrayal of the very real and visceral terror I had felt. The next morning, I radioed Al. I tried to keep my voice steady, professional. "Morning, Al. Maria here. Quick question for you. A bit of a strange one." There was a crackle of static before his familiar, gravelly voice came through. "Go ahead, Maria." "I was wondering if you'd ever heard of any unusual geological or atmospheric phenomena in the park, like pockets of natural gas releases or strange magnetic fields." I cringed at how lame it sounded. The silence on the other end of the line stretched on for an uncomfortably long time. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost its usual casual warmth. "You went off the main trail, didn't you? Up near Hemlock Ridge." It wasn't a question. A cold knot formed in my stomach. "How did you know?" "Because that's where it happens." he said, his voice a low, grim murmur. Listen to me carefully, Maria. I'm going to tell you something that's not in any official manual. You're not the first to feel that. And you won't be the last. What you felt, we don't have a name for it. The old timers, the Cherokee people who lived here long before us, they had names for it. None of them were good. They called them the cold spots, places where the veil between worlds is thin. What you felt watching you, it's a part of this forest, a part that doesn't like being disturbed. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. What was it? What's out there? I don't know. Nobody who's ever claimed to have seen it has been able to describe it properly. They just talk about wrongness, things that bend the wrong way. Too many joints. Too tall. Look, my advice from before stands. You feel it again, you run. But now I'm giving you a new rule: you do not go off trail alone again. Ever. And you stay inside after sunset. Don't even sit on your porch. You hear me? His words, meant to be a warning, only served to amplify my fear. The vague, supernatural dread I'd felt was now being validated by a man with 30 years of experience. This wasn't just in my head. It was real. The next few weeks were a special kind of hell. I did my job, but the joy was gone. The forest was no longer my sanctuary. It was a place of secrets and hidden threats. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I stuck to the main trails, my eyes constantly scanning the trees, my hand never far from the can of bear spray on my hip, though I knew would be useless against the thing I had encountered. The feeling of being watched never entirely left. It was a constant low-level hum at the back of my consciousness, sometimes fading to a whisper, but other times flaring up, making the hairs on my neck prickle. One rainy afternoon, unable to go on patrol, I decided to clean out the station's back storage room, a task Al had said was long overdue. It was filled with old equipment, broken tools, and stacks of forgotten paperwork. In the far corner, behind a pile of rusted trail signs, I found an old metal footlocker. It wasn't standard issue. It was a personal item, and it was locked. Curiosity, a trait I usually valued, but was now beginning to see as a liability, got the better of me. I found a crowbar and pried the rusty lock open. Inside were the personal effects of a former ranger, a faded photograph of a woman and a child, a small carved wooden bird, and a leather-bound journal. The name on the inside cover was David Miller, with a date from 15 years prior. I sat on the dusty floor and began to read. Much of it was mundane daily trail reports, observations about wildlife, complaints about the summer heat. But then, about halfway through, the tone changed. October 12th, found the strangest thing today. Was off trail near Hemlock Ridge looking for chanterelles. Walked into a spot so cold my breath fogged. Smelled like a thunderstorm had just passed. The woods went completely silent. Felt like I was being stared at. Really stared at. Spooked me good. Headed back to the station. My blood ran cold. I kept reading, my heart pounding with a sick sense of recognition. David's entries chronicled a descent into the same paranoia that was now gripping me. October 15th, the feeling won't go away. Even back at the cabin, I feel like I'm being watched. I keep thinking I see something moving in the trees, just beyond the clearing. Something tall and dark. October 21st, I haven't slept in 3 days. I hear noises at night now, not animals. It sounds like whispering, right outside my window. Sometimes, it sounds like it's saying my name. October 26th, all told me to stay inside after dark. He knows. He won't say what it is, but he knows. He looks at me with pity in his eyes. Am I going crazy? My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the book. I flipped to the final entry. The handwriting was a frantic, barely legible scrawl. November 7, it's not just in the woods anymore. It followed me back. It's outside my cabin every night now. I saw it last night. God, I saw it. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was standing right at the edge of the trees. It's not a bear. It's not human. It's too tall, too thin, and the way it moves, it's wrong. The joints are wrong. It knows my name. I can hear it scraping on the walls. It wants in. I saw its. The entry ended there. The rest of the page was torn away. A floorboard creaked on the porch of my cabin. I froze, the journal falling from my lap. The rain had stopped. The only sound was the frantic drumming of my own heart. I told myself it was just the wood settling. It was an old cabin. But then I heard it again, a slow, deliberate scrape. The sound of a single, sharp fingernail being dragged slowly, deliberately across the wooden siding of my window. My body went rigid, colder than the anomalous pocket of air on the ridge. Time seemed to stretch and thin, each second an eternity filled with the rasping sound of that thing outside my window. Scrape. Drag. Scrape. It was slow, methodical, utterly devoid of the frantic energy of a common animal. This was the sound of something deliberate, something that knew I was inside, listening. It knew the effect the sound was having on me. David's journal lay open on the floor, his last words a screaming testament from the past, echoing the horror of my present. I can hear it scraping on the walls. It wants in. My scientific mind, my last bastion of rationality, was in full retreat. It offered no comfort, no logical explanation for a sound that felt ancient and predatory. This was not a branch, not a bear. This was a direct communication. It was a predator tapping on the glass of its terrarium. My breath was trapped in my lungs. My gaze was locked on the thin, grimy window pane. The curtains were partially drawn, leaving a narrow gap. Through it, I could see nothing but the impenetrable black of the forest at night. To look or not to look. The question was a physical battle within me. Every instinct screamed for me to cower, to hide under the table and wait for the sun. But another part of me, the part that had led me into a career of observation and analysis, had to know. I had to see. It was a terrible, self-destructive compulsion. Slowly, shakily, I pushed myself up from the floor. My joints protested, stiff with fear. I crept towards the window, my bare feet silent on the cold wooden floorboards. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse, thick with anticipation. It knew I was coming closer. I reached the window, my heart hammering a rhythm that seemed loud enough to shake the entire cabin. I told myself it would be nothing, a trick of the mind, an overactive imagination fueled by a dead man's diary. I took a final, shuddering breath and pressed my eye to the gap in the curtains. For a moment, I saw only darkness and the reflection of my own terrified eye. And then something moved. It was at the far edge of the clearing, a silhouette against the slightly less black tapestry of the trees. David's words came rushing back. Too tall. Too thin. That was an understatement. It was a grotesque parody of the human form, elongated to an impossible degree. Its limbs were like spindly branches, but they moved with a horrifying, fluid grace. And the joints... oh, God, the joints. They were in the wrong places. Its arms and legs bent at angles that anatomy should not allow, a sickening geometry of wrongness. It turned its head. I couldn't see a face, no features, just a pale, smooth oval that seemed to absorb the moonlight. But I felt its gaze lock onto mine, a physical impact that made me recoil in pain. It was the same malevolent, intelligent scrutiny from the cold spot, but 100 times more potent. It saw me. It knew me. And then it did something that shattered the last remnants of my sanity. It raised one of its impossibly long, multi-jointed arms and waved, a slow, deliberate gesture, a mockery of a human greeting. A scream tore itself from my throat, raw and animalistic. I stumbled backward, falling over a chair and crashing to the floor. I scrambled away from the window, crab walking until my back hit the opposite wall. I didn't need to look again. The image was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The rest of the night was a blur of pure terror. I dragged the heavy oak table in front of the door, jamming a chair under the knob. I did the same to the back door. I shut every curtain, plunging the cabin into absolute darkness, preferring the monsters in my head to the one outside. I armed myself with the fire poker, my knuckles white as I gripped its heavy iron shaft. I sat on the floor in the center of the room, my back to the cold fireplace, and I listened. The scraping did not return. Instead, a new sound began. A whisper. It was just at the edge of hearing a dry, sibilant hiss that slithered through the cracks in the walls. At first, it was just noise. Then, it began to take shape. It was a distorted, mocking imitation of a human voice. And it was trying to say my name. Mar Rial. The sound was inside my head and outside my walls at the same time. It was the sound of dead leaves skittering across pavement, of a snake slithering through dry grass. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did no good. The whisper was relentless, twisting my name into something foul and obscene. It whispered of the cold, dark earth, of being lost forever in the deep woods, of the tearing of flesh and the snapping of bone. I spent the rest of the night in that state, a shivering, whimpering mess on the floor, waiting for the door to splinter inward. But it never did. The assault was purely psychological. It wanted to break me before it took me. When the first, pale fingers of dawn finally crept through the gaps in the curtains, the whispering ceased. Silence returned, but it wasn't the peaceful silence of the forest waking up. It was the empty, sterile silence of a predator that had retreated to its lair, content to wait. I didn't move for an hour, even as the sun rose higher. Finally, propelled by a bladder about to burst and a desperate thirst, I staggered to my feet. The cabin was cold, filled with the stale smell of my own fear. I forced myself to look out the window. The clearing was empty. The forest looked normal, deceptively so. I unbarricaded the door and stepped out onto the porch, the fire poker still in my hand. My eyes immediately went to the wall beneath the window. There, gouged deep into the wood, was a single long scratch mark. It started near the top of the window frame and dragged all the way down to the porch floor. It was about an inch wide and horrifyingly deep. No animal I knew of could have made such a mark. I ran my fingers over it. It was real. I wasn't crazy. That was it. My dream job had become an execution sentence. This cabin wasn't a shelter, it was a cage. I ran back inside, my mind a maelstrom of panic and adrenaline. Al's words echoed in my ears. You feel it again, you run. I grabbed the radio, my hand shaking so much I almost dropped it. Al, come in! Al, this is Maria! Answer me! The static crackled for what felt like a lifetime. Maria, what is it? You sound bad. I was here, Al! I sobbed, the words tumbling out of me. It was outside my cabin all night! I saw it! I saw the thing. And David Miller's journal, Al. I found his journal! It happened to him too! It followed him back, and now it's followed me. There was no hesitation this time, no long pause. Just a grim finality in his voice. Okay, Maria, listen to me. Calm down and listen. Pack your emergency kit, nothing else. Just the kit, water, and that journal. Leave everything else behind. Get out of the cabin now. Head for the old fire tower on Bear Mountain. Do you know the one I mean? Yes. I choked out. I'll meet you there. Do not use the main trail. Stay in the trees, but keep the trail in sight. Move fast and don't look back. Do you understand? Don't look back. Now go. The radio clicked off. I stood frozen for a second, then sprang into action. I shoved my emergency supplies, a water bottle, and David's leather-bound journal into my pack. I didn't even change my clothes. With the fire poker in one hand and my pack slung over my shoulder, I threw open the door and ran. I didn't look back at the cabin, my brief home, now just a trap waiting to be sprung again. I plunged into the woods, the morning sun offering no comfort, its light seeming only to create more dark places for things to hide. The hunt was on, and I was no longer the observer. I was the observed. My official title is Park Ranger Richard Miller, but on the trail, everyone just calls me Rick. I've spent the better part of 2 decades in the service, starting in the wide, open spaces of Yosemite before moving to the dense, ancient forests of the Pacific Northwest. I've dealt with everything from lost hikers and grizzly bears to illegal logging operations and summer wildfires. I thought I had seen it all. I was wrong. My transfer to the Appalachian Trail sector covering the 100-mile wilderness in Maine was supposed to be a quiet transition toward retirement. It's known as the wildest, most remote section of the entire AT. For 100 miles, there are no towns, no paved roads, no easy way out. It's a place that tests even the most seasoned hikers, a final, formidable challenge for those completing the northbound trek. My job was simple: patrol the trail, maintain the shelters, and be the friendly, knowledgeable face of the Park Service for anyone who needed it. The woods here are different. Older, The trees, mostly spruce, fir, and birch, grow so thick that on an overcast day, noon can feel like twilight. The ground is a tangled mess of roots and moss-covered rocks that can turn an ankle in a heartbeat. But there's a profound, almost sacred silence to it all, broken only by the call of a loon across a hidden pond or the rustle of a moose in the undergrowth. I loved it immediately. It felt like stepping back in time. I'd been on a routine patrol for 3 days, heading north. The nights were getting colder, a sharp reminder that autumn was breathing down our necks. Each night, I followed the same ritual. I'd set up my small one-man tent, cook a dehydrated meal over my portable stove, and meticulously check my gear for the next day. The last thing I always did before zipping up my sleeping bag was pull out the photo of my daughter, Lily. It was a small, laminated picture, creased at the corners from years of being handled. She was 5 years old in the photo, gap-toothed and grinning, with a smear of chocolate ice cream on her cheek. Now she was in college, studying to be a veterinarian, but that picture was my anchor. It reminded me why I did this job. To preserve these wild places for her generation, for everyone. I kept it in a specific zippered pocket on the inside lid of my pack, always in the same spot. It was a habit born of a father's love and a ranger's discipline. On the morning of the 4th day, I woke to a strange stillness. The usual dawn chorus of birds was absent. The air was heavy, damp, and utterly silent. An oppressive quiet that felt unnatural. I brushed it off as a weather front moving in and started my morning routine. I boiled water for coffee, the hiss of the stove seeming offensively loud in the silence. As I packed my sleeping bag away, I reached for the inner lid of my pack to grab Lily's photo, to have her smiling face greet the day with me. My fingers met felt fabric. I frowned, thinking I'd missed the pocket. I ran my hand over the area again. Nothing, a small, cold knot began to form in my stomach. I was methodical. I never put it anywhere else. I knelt and unzipped the main compartment, pulling out my sleeping bag, my spare clothes, my food sack. Nothing. Okay, Rick, don't panic. I muttered to myself, my breath fogging in the chilly air. You were tired last night. You probably put it somewhere else. I emptied the entire contents of my 65-liter pack onto the ground tarp. Every pouch, every side pocket, every stuffed sack was opened and inspected. My first aid kit, my water filter, my emergency beacon, my map and compass. Everything was there, perfectly in its place. Everything except the one thing that was irreplaceable. The cold knot in my stomach tightened into a fist of ice. I retraced my steps from the night before around the small campsite. I scanned the ground, peering under ferns and behind rocks. Maybe it fell out. But how? It was inside a zippered pocket, inside my tent. I looked at the tent. The zipper was still closed, exactly as I'd left it. There were no rips, no signs of an animal trying to get in. A squirrel or a mouse couldn't have opened the zipper, taken only the photo, and zipped it back up. The idea was absurd. I sat back on my heels, the magnificent, silent forest suddenly feeling menacing. The trees seemed to press in, their ancient branches like skeletal fingers. The silence was no longer peaceful, it was watchful. I felt a primal prickling on the back of my neck, the ancient human instinct that screams, "You are not alone." My training warred with my growing dread. There had to be a logical explanation. There always was. But I couldn't find one. It wasn't lost. It was gone. Taken. The thought was so bizarre, so intrusive, that I tried to push it away. Who would sneak into a ranger's tent in the middle of the most remote wilderness in the eastern United States to steal a single, valueless photograph? It made no sense. After another hour of fruitless searching, a hollow feeling of violation settling deep in my bones, I knew I had to move. The next shelter, Cloud Pond Lean, 2, was about 8 miles up the trail. I had to continue my patrol. As I mechanically repacked my gear, the forest remained silent. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The wilderness I had loved just yesterday now felt alien and hostile. Something was wrong out here, deeply wrong, and I was walking right into the heart of it. The 8 miles to Cloud Pond Lean, to were the longest of my life. Every step was a conscious effort, a battle against the paranoia screaming in my head. The feeling of being watched never subsided, it intensified. I was a ranger, trained to read the forest, to understand its language of snapped twigs and animal tracks. But this was different. The silence was a living entity, pressing in on me from all sides. I found myself looking over my shoulder every few minutes, scanning the dense, dark woods that flanked the narrow trail. I saw nothing but trees and shadows, but the feeling persisted. It felt like I was being herded. My mind, desperate for a rational explanation, cycled through possibilities. A prank. A very, very dedicated prankster who could move through the woods like a ghost and bypass zippers without a sound. Unlikely. A local with a grudge against hikers. Perhaps, but why steal something so specific and worthless? My thoughts kept circling back to the sheer impossibility of it, the quiet, surgical precision of the theft. The violation felt more personal than a simple robbery. It felt like a message, but one I couldn't decipher. When I finally saw the sign for the lien, a wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. The shelter was a standard 3-sided structure, its wooden frame a welcome, man-made shape against the chaotic wilderness. Smoke curled lazily from the stone fire pit out front, a sign of life that eased some of the tension in my shoulders. At least I wasn't alone. A woman was sitting on the edge of the shelter's wooden platform, her back to me, staring into the flames. She had the lean, wary build of a through hiker, her clothes practical and trail-worn. Her shoulders were slumped, and even from a distance, I could sense a cloud of distress around her. As I got closer, I could hear her sniffling, trying and failing to suppress quiet sobs. "Everything all right, miss?" I asked, keeping my voice gentle. A startled hiker is an unpredictable one. She jumped, spinning around. Her eyes were red-rimmed and puffy, her face pale beneath a layer of trail grime. She looked to be in her late 20s, with freckles spattered across her nose. She clutched a fleece jacket to her chest like a shield. Seeing my uniform, a flicker of something, relief, maybe, crossed her face before the despair returned. "Oh, you're a ranger," she said, her voice hoarse. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Just a tough day." I've seen enough distressed hikers to know that just a tough day is rarely the full story. I unslung my pack and leaned it against a tree, giving her some space. "The 100-mile can do that to you," I said, offering a small, practiced smile. "My name's Rick. Anything I can help with." She hesitated, chewing on her lower lip. She looked from me to her pack, which was lying open beside her, its contents in a state of disarray that mirrored my own campsite that morning. It's stupid," she finally managed, shaking her head. "You'll think I'm crazy or just careless. Try me," I said, my ranger persona fully engaged. "I've heard it all out here." She took a deep breath. "My locket," she said, her voice cracking. "It's gone. It was my mother's. She gave it to me when I started this hike in Georgia. It was the most important thing I owned." Her explanation came out in a rush, as if she'd been holding it in for hours. "I keep it in a little pouch inside the main pocket of my pack. I checked it last night before I went to sleep. I always do. This morning, it was just gone." The pouch was there, but the locket was missing. The blood drained from my face. The cold knot I'd been carrying in my stomach since morning twisted into a sharp, painful spike. Her words were an almost perfect echo of my own experience. The specific pouch. Inside the pack. Checked the night before. Gun in the morning. When did you notice it was missing? I asked, my voice coming out tighter than I intended. This morning, right after I woke up. I've spent the last 3 hours tearing my pack apart, searching everywhere around the shelter. There's no sign of it. It's like it just vanished. She buried her face in her hands. It doesn't make any sense. No one was here, and an animal couldn't open a pack and take just one thing. I finished for her. She looked up, her tear-filled eyes widening in surprise. "Exactly. How did you—" I didn't answer right away. I walked over to the shelter and sat down a few feet from her. The professional barrier between ranger and hiker dissolved, replaced by a shared, creeping terror. This morning, I began slowly, my own voice feeling alien. I woke up and a photograph I carry was missing. A laminated picture of my daughter. It has zero monetary value. I keep it in a zippered pocket on the inside lid of my pack. I checked it last night. This morning, it was gone. No rips in my tent, no other gear disturbed. Just the photo. We stared at each other for a long moment, the crackle of the fire the only sound. The implications of what I just said hung in the air between us, heavy and suffocating. Her look of personal grief morphed into one of dawning horror. It wasn't just her. It wasn't just me. You too, she whispered, a new kind of fear in her voice. But how? I don't know. I admitted, the words tasting like ash. I've been a ranger for 20 years. I've never seen or heard of anything like this. We were no longer a ranger and a hiker. We were two victims trying to comprehend an event that defied logic. This wasn't a crime of opportunity. It was something else. Something that moved silently in the night, slipping through canvas and nylon, its motives utterly alien. It wasn't taking things of value. It was taking things of sentiment. It was stealing memories. It felt like something was taking souvenirs. The woman's name was Sarah. For a long time, we just sat there by the fire, the shared knowledge of our impossible losses creating a strange, grim bond between us. The initial shock gave way to a cold, creeping dread that settled deep in our bones. The wilderness, which had been a backdrop for our personal journeys, now felt like a cage. And we were trapped inside with something inexplicable. We have to warn people. She said finally, her voice barely a whisper, but laced with a new resolve. There are others on this trail. What if it takes something from them? What if it does something worse? She was right. My duty as a ranger, which had been overshadowed by my personal fear, snapped back into focus. This wasn't just about my photo or her locket anymore. This was a potential threat to every single person in this 100-mile stretch of forest. Okay, I said, my voice firmer now. Okay, we stick together. We'll head north to the next shelter, Antlers campsite. It's a full day's hike. We check the logbook there, see if anyone's written anything unusual. We warn everyone we see. It was a flimsy plan against an enemy we couldn't see, hear, or understand, but it was better than sitting here waiting for night to fall. We packed our gear, the simple act now filled with a new paranoia. Every zip and buckle felt insufficient. We were moving with a purpose again, but the relief I'd felt upon reaching the shelter was gone, replaced by the grim reality that we were just plunging deeper into the territory of whatever was haunting these woods. The forest seemed to have changed. The silence was no longer empty, it was heavy, expectant. I found myself scrutinizing every shadow, every dark space between the ancient trees. My ranger training was screaming at me to look for tracks, for signs of passage, but I knew I wouldn't find any. Whatever this was, it didn't play by the rules of the natural world. Sarah walked close behind me, her hiking poles clicking nervously against the rocks. We didn't talk much. There was nothing to say that wasn't already hanging in the air between us. Late in the afternoon, we saw them. Two figures coming towards us on the trail, moving south. It was a father and his son, maybe 16 or 17 years old. They looked tired but happy, their faces flushed with the exertion of the trail. Afternoon, the father called out cheerfully, "Good day for a walk." My heart sank. How could I break this spell of blissful ignorance? How could I introduce this poison into their experience without sounding like a madman? "Afternoon," I replied, holding up a hand to stop them. I pointed to the ranger patch on my sleeve. "Rick Miller Park Service. I need to ask you both a question. It's a strange one." They stopped, their smiles fading into looks of concern. "Is everything okay, Ranger?" the father asked. I took a breath. "Have either of you noticed anything missing from your packs? Something small, personal. Something of sentimental value?" The father frowned. "Missing? No. We've got our gear locked down tight." He turned to his son. "You haven't lost anything, have you, Ben?" The boy, Ben, shook his head, but a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. He instinctively patted the cargo pocket on his hiking pants. "No, I don't think so." Sarah stepped forward. "Please," she said, her voice pleading. "Check for something you know you had. Something important to you." The raw fear in her voice must have gotten through to them. The father's expression shifted from confusion to seriousness. He nodded at his son. "Go on, Ben. Check for your knife." Ben's face went pale. He fumbled with the button on his pocket, his fingers suddenly clumsy. He dug inside, his movements becoming more frantic. He pulled the pocket inside out. It was empty. He whispered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No, it was right here. I checked it this morning at the shelter. My granddad's knife, it was right here." He looked at his father, his teenage bravado crumbling into pure panic. "Dad, it's gone." The father stared at his son, then at me, then at Sarah. He saw the same horror reflected in our faces. The cheerful hiker was gone, replaced by a man facing an impossible, terrifying truth. "How did you know?" he asked me, his voice low and dangerous. I told him. I told him about my photo and Sarah's locket. As the story unfolded, the four of us stood in the middle of that ancient, silent forest, a small island of shared terror. We were no longer just hikers on a trail, we were victims of a collector of memories. There was no question of them continuing south. We were a group now, bound by a common fear. We practically ran the last few miles to Antler's campsite, spurred on by the setting sun. The shelter was empty, which was both a relief and a terror. We wouldn't have to explain this to anyone else, but we were also completely on our own. We built the biggest fire we could, piling logs high until the flames roared, casting deep, dancing shadows into the woods around us. No one wanted to be in their tents. We all huddled together on the floor of the lean, our backs against the wooden wall, facing the fire, facing the oppressive darkness that pressed in from all sides. No one spoke. We just listened. We listened to the fire crackle. We listened to the frantic beating of our own hearts. And we listened to the forest, which had once again fallen into that deep, unnatural silence. The birds were gone. The insects were quiet. It was the silence of a held breath. The last rays of sunlight vanished from the sky, and the full, crushing weight of the Maine wilderness at night descended upon us. The fire pushed back the darkness, but it only made the shadows at its edge seem deeper, blacker. We knew it was out there. We could feel it, a presence cold and patient watching us from the trees, waiting for us to sleep, waiting to take its souvenirs. And then, from the deep woods to our left, a twig snapped loud, deliberate, close. My name is Gerald Albright. As of 3 months ago, I am a newly commissioned park ranger with the National Park Service, assigned to the sprawling, ancient woodlands of the Appalachian Trail. My station covers a rugged patch of wilderness in North Carolina, a place where the mountains are old, wise, and secretive. People who hear about my post often imagine a life of idyllic solitude, a peaceful communion with nature. And for a while, that's exactly what it was. I sought this job as an escape from the city's relentless noise and the ghosts of a life I was eager to leave behind. The quiet hum of the forest was a balm to my frayed nerves, and the physical labor of maintaining trails and checking on campsites was honest and grounding. My predecessor, a grizzled man named Hank, who was retiring after 30 years, gave me the grand tour. He spoke of the trail with a mixture of profound love and deep-seated respect. He taught me how to read the weather in the clouds, how to track a black bear without startling it, and which streams held the cleverest brook trout. But he also spoke in hushed tones of the other side of the trail, the parts that weren't on any map. "This place is old, Gerald," he'd said, his voice low as we stood on an overlook, the mountains rolling away like a green, silent ocean. "Older than any of us, it has moods. It has memories. You learn to listen. You learn to be respectful, and you'll be fine. You get cocky. You start thinking you own the place. Well, the mountains have a way of reminding you that you're just a guest." He told me stories of hikers who vanished without a trace, of strange lights seen deep in the woods, and of a feeling of being watched that was so palpable it could raise the hair on your arms. I listened politely, of course, but filed it all away as local folklore, the kind of spooky campfire tales that season a place with character. My true sanctuary within this larger sanctuary was fly fishing. It was more than a hobby, it was a form of meditation. Standing waist, deep in the cool, rushing water of a mountain river, the world would shrink to the elegant arc of my line, the gentle plop of the fly on the surface, and the patient wait for a tug. It was a ritual that cleansed my mind and connected me to the rhythm of the wild. There was one spot in particular, a bend in the Nolichucky River, where the water ran deep and clear over a bed of smooth, gray stones that I had come to consider my own. The afternoon sun would filter through the thick canopy of oak and maple, dappling the water in shifting patterns of light and shadow. It was on such an afternoon, a few weeks into my post, that the incident occurred. The day was perfect, warm but not hot, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. I had finished my patrol early and, with a few hours of daylight to spare, I'd headed straight for my spot. The familiar sounds of the forest enveloped me, the chattering of a squirrel in the branches above, the distant call of a hawk, and the constant, soothing murmur of the river. I waded into the current, the cold water a welcome shock against my waders. For an hour, I was lost in the blissful repetition of casting, mending the line, and letting the fly drift through the promising pools. I wasn't having much luck, but it didn't matter. The purpose was the process, not the prize. As the sun began to dip lower, casting long shadows across the valley, I reeled in my line for one final cast. I stood still for a moment, enjoying the quiet, and glanced down at my reflection in the pool of calm water that had gathered near the bank. The surface was like dark glass, disturbed only by the gentle eddies of the current. I saw my own face staring back. The familiar lines of concentration, the brim of my ranger hat, the green of the trees behind me. I smiled, a genuine expression of contentment. And then it changed. It wasn't a gradual shift. It was instantaneous, like a slide clicking into place in a projector. The face looking back at me was no longer mine. It was a man, his face a horrifying mask of decay. His skin was pale and bloated, the color of spoiled milk, and seemed to cling loosely to the bones beneath. It was the skin of a man who had been submerged for a very, very long time. His eyes were the worst part. They were not eyes at all, but dark, hollow sockets, empty voids that seemed to suck in the light around them. His mouth was a slack, black O, a silent scream trapped beneath the water. He was gaunt yet swollen, a walking contradiction of starvation and rot. A piece of dark river weed was tangled in his lank, gray hair, and for a terrifying second, I thought I saw his lipless mouth move, forming a word I couldn't hear. A jolt of pure, primal fear shot through me. It was so powerful it was physical. My breath hitched in my throat, a choked gasp. My legs, which had been so firmly planted, suddenly felt weak and uncoordinated. I stumbled backward, my wader, clad boot slipping on a slick, unseen rock. The world tilted crazily as I fell into the river, the shock of the icy water a second blow after the terror. I scrambled back to my feet, gasping and sputtering, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My fishing rod was gone, swept away by the current. My first instinct was to look back at the spot, to the patch of water that had shown me that impossible horror. I stared, my eyes wide with panic, my whole body trembling. There was nothing, just me. My own reflection, distorted by the ripples my fall had created, stared back. It was my face, panicked and dripping, my hat askew, but unmistakably mine. The water was just water. The reflection was just a reflection. The horrifying visage of the drowned man was gone, as if he had never been. But I knew what I had seen. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't a fleeting shadow. It was real. And in the sudden, deep silence of the forest, with the last rays of sunlight vanishing from the ridge atop, Hank's words came back to me. The mountains have a way of reminding you that you're just a guest. I scrambled out of the river, soaked and shivering, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. The cold of the water was nothing compared to the icy dread that had seized my heart. The last light of day had vanished from the ridge, plunging the valley into a deep, gathering twilight. The forest, which had always felt like a peaceful companion, now seemed alien and menacing. Every shadow cast by the ancient trees looked like a grasping limb. Every whisper of wind through the leaves sounded like a mournful cry. I left the fishing rod behind without a second thought, swallowed by the current, and a part of me was glad it was gone. The reason for my being there in the first place. The hike back to my station, usually a pleasant walk of less than an hour, felt like an eternal journey through hostile territory. My shivering wasn't just from the cold, it was from a deep, cellular fear. My mind raced, replaying the image of that decayed face, the hollow eyes over and over again. I felt watched. I could feel an unseen gaze from the darkness between the trees. Every snap of a twig under my boots made me jump and whirl around, but there was never anything there but the encroaching night. Hank's words echoed in my ears. The mountains have a way of reminding you that you're just a guest. Tonight, I felt like a trespasser. Finally, the faint welcome glow of the station window appeared through the trees. I've never felt such a profound sense of relief in my life. I stumbled to the door, fumbled with the key in my trembling hand, and threw myself inside, slamming and locking the deadbolt behind me. I leaned against the solid wood, panting, trying to will my hammering heart to slow down. In the warm, familiar confines of the cabin, the terror began to subside, replaced by a desperate, gnawing confusion. I tried to rationalize it. Exhaustion. The stress of the new post. A trick of the light and shadow on the water's surface. I wanted to believe it. I wanted to dismiss it as a momentary lapse of a tired mind. But the image was too clear, too visceral. It was burned into my memory. I slept little that night. I changed out of my wet clothes and tried to rest. But every time I closed my eyes, the drowned man's face would flash in the darkness, jerking me awake. The wind howled outside the cabin, but in the dark, I swore I could hear other things mixed with it. A faint, shuffling sound, like someone dragging their feet through wet leaves, and a low whisper that seemed to slip through the cracks in the wooden walls. I crept to the window and peered out into the blackness, but I saw only the swaying silhouettes of the trees against the moonlit sky. I told myself it was just the sounds of the forest at night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, waiting. The next morning, I woke up exhausted and hollow-eyed. The sunlight streaming into the cabin did much to dispel the horrors of the night, but the unease remained, a knot in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't go about my duties. I had to know what I had seen. After a moment of hesitation, I went to the small office in the station, the room Hank had used for decades to store his files and records. It was a dusty space that smelled of old paper and wood smoke. Not knowing exactly what I was searching for, a missing persons report, an accident log, a collection of local lore, I began to pull out the old file cabinets. I spent hours sifting through yellowed, brittle paper the daily logs of previous rangers, trail condition reports, and endless stacks of mundane park bureaucracy. Then I found it. A thick, worn-out binder with a handwritten label on the spine, Unusual Incidents D'Allure. My heart began to beat faster. I opened it and began to read through the accounts, written in different hands over many years. There were stories of strange lights in the sky, of disembodied screams, and tales from hikers who claimed to have been followed by shadow people on the trail. I was about to close the binder in frustration when a loose paper tucked into the very back caught my eye. It was a clipping from a local newspaper, dated October 12, 1978. The headline read, "Local angler vanishes in Nolichucky River." I read the article with rapt attention. Samuel Wade, a well-known local man and avid fisherman, was reported missing yesterday after failing to return from a fishing trip on the Nolichucky River. His truck was found abandoned near a popular bend in the river, but no trace of Mr. Wade has been found. Search parties have been dispatched, but officials fear he may have slipped and been swept away by the strong currents. Beneath the article was a small, grainy black and white photograph of a smiling man. He was middle-aged, with kind eyes and a friendly face. But as I stared at the photo, a cold dread washed over me. The bone structure, the shape of his jaw, despite the healthy, living flesh, there was an unmistakable, horrifying resemblance to the waterlogged face I had seen in my reflection. Next to the clipping, in Hank's familiar handwriting, was a short, stark note, "Body never recovered." I leaned back in my chair, a chill sinking deep into my bones. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a hallucination. The man in the river was real. He had a name. His name was Samuel Wade, and it seemed he was still there, waiting in the cold water that had claimed his life decades ago. And for some reason, he had chosen to show himself to me. The discovery of Samuel Wade's name and fate did not bring me peace. It did the opposite. It anchored the horror to reality, giving it a history and a face. The ghost in the river was no longer a random phantom. He was a man who had met his end in that very spot. And now it seemed his presence was seeping out of the riverbank and into every corner of my life. The incidents grew more frequent, more personal. It started subtly. I would find wet footprints on the floor of the cabin, even on dry days when I hadn't been near the water. They were always bare and always led from the front door towards the small back room where I slept, only to vanish halfway across the floorboards. Tools I left in one place would appear in another. My radio would crackle to life in the dead of night, emitting not static, but a faint, gurgling sound, like someone trying to speak underwater. The feeling of being watched was no longer confined to the woods. It was with me inside the station, a constant, oppressive weight on my shoulders. I began to talk to myself, a running commentary to fill the suffocating silence, but my own voice sounded foreign and thin. Sleep offered no escape. My dreams were a recurring nightmare of being pulled under dark, cold water, my lungs burning, the gaunt face of Samuel Wade pressing close to mine, his hollow eyes staring into me. I stopped going near the river. The very sound of it, which I once found so soothing, now filled me with a sickening dread. My work suffered. I would stick to the high-ridge trails, avoiding the valley, my eyes constantly scanning the shadows. Hikers I encountered would give me strange looks. I'm sure I looked as haunted as I felt, pale, sleep-deprived, with a nervous energy that was entirely out of place in the calm of the mountains. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I was unraveling. My choices were to abandon my post, to flee and be branded a coward who couldn't handle the isolation, or to face what was tormenting me. After another sleepless night filled with the phantom sounds of dripping water inside my cabin, I made a decision. I had to go back to the river. Not to fish, not to patrol, but to confront whatever spirit was tethered there. I didn't know what I would do, what I could possibly say, but I knew that hiding was no longer an option. The entity was already in my home. I couldn't escape it. I waited for dusk, the same time of day I had first seen him. A heavy mist was rolling down the mountains, blanketing the forest in a damp, gray shroud. It was a perfect atmosphere for ghosts. As I walked the familiar path, the woods were unnaturally quiet. No birds sang, no squirrels chattered. There was only the sound of my own footsteps on the damp earth and the growing roar of the Nolichucky River. When I reached the spot, it was even more menacing than I remembered. The water, swollen by recent rains, was a churning, murky brown. The mist clung to its surface like a second skin. I stood at the edge, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs.
Samuel Wade!
I shouted, my voice hoarse and cracking.
I know who you are!
What do you want from me? My words were swallowed by the roar of the river. For a long moment, nothing happened. The mist swirled, the water churned. I felt a fool, shouting at an empty riverbank. I was about to turn away, to retreat back to my haunted cabin, when I saw it. A flicker of movement in the pool of calm water near the bank, the same spot as before. I froze, my gaze locked on the surface. It wasn't my reflection this time. It was him. The pale, gaunt face of Samuel Wade rose from the depths, clearer than ever before. He was not just a reflection. He seemed to be physically there, his waterlogged shoulders breaking the surface. His hollow eyes were fixed on me, and this time there was an unmistakable intelligence in them, an expression of profound sorrow and desperation. His lipless mouth opened, and a sound emerged, not a word, but a sigh that was carried on the mist, a sound of eternal weariness. He slowly raised a hand from the water. It was skeletal, the skin hanging in tatters. He didn't point at me. He pointed downstream, further into the deepening gloom where the river narrowed and plunged into a dark gorge. He held his hand there, Trembling, his empty eyes pleading with me, he opened his mouth again, and this time a single waterlogged whisper, bubbled to the surface. Below. And then I understood. He wasn't haunting me out of malice. He wasn't trying to harm me. He was asking for help. His body had never been found. He was trapped, his remains likely wedged somewhere in the treacherous gorge downstream, unable to be at peace. He was a lost soul begging for a proper burial, for his story to be finished. The reflection, the wet footprints, the whispers. It was the only way he could communicate the desperate attempts of a spirit to be heard. A sense of calm, cold, and absolute washed over me, displacing the fear. I knew what I had to do. I understand, I said, my voice steady now. I'll help you. I promise. The image of Samuel Wade held my gaze for a moment longer. A flicker of something, perhaps gratitude, passed through those dead eyes. Then, as slowly as he had appeared, he sank back beneath the surface of the river, leaving no ripple, no trace that he had ever been there. The next morning, I made an official report. I didn't mention the ghost, of course. I wrote that, based on a re-examination of the old case file and the river's topology, I had a new theory about where Samuel Wade's body might have been trapped after he was swept away. I formally requested a specialized search and rescue team to investigate the gorge. I don't know if they'll find him, but I made a promise to a lost soul, and here in these ancient mountains, a promise is a heavy thing. I am no longer just a guest here. I have a debt to pay to the river. My name is Heather Riley, and for the past 2 years, I have served as a park medic in the vast, sprawling wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains. It's a title that carries a weight of responsibility I never take lightly. My jurisdiction isn't a sterile, well-lit hospital wing, but miles of rugged, unpredictable terrain where the margin for error is razor thin. Before this, I was an EMT in a bustling city, a world of screaming sirens, traffic accidents, and a constant, chaotic thrum of humanity. I chose to leave that life for the profound silence of the mountains, trading the concrete canyons for cathedrals of ancient green and gold. I found a sense of purpose here I never found in the city, a connection to something primal and enduring. My training dictates a methodical approach to every situation. Panic is a luxury we cannot afford in the backcountry. When a call comes in, it's a race against time, terrain, and the elements. We deal with everything from dehydration and heat stroke to broken bones and severe lacerations. And of course, the ever-common twisted ankle. It's the bread and butter of our work, a deceptively simple injury that can become life-threatening if a hiker is stranded, unprepared, as daylight fades. The call that day was exactly that. A female hiker, solo, had taken a bad fall on a less traveled spur off the main trail. A twisted ankle she'd reported via spotty cell signal. She gave her approximate coordinates, her voice strained but calm. She was experienced, she assured the dispatcher, and had a survival kit, but her ankle was swelling fast, and she couldn't put any weight on it. I gathered my pack, the familiar weight of comfort on my shoulders. It was a beautiful afternoon, the kind that lulls you into a false sense of security. The late summer sun filtered through the dense canopy, painting dappled light across the forest floor. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, pine, and decaying leaves, the signature perfume of the Appalachians. As I made my way from the ranger station to the trailhead, the only sounds were the cheerful chirping of a Carolina wren and the crunch of my boots on the gravel path. The first mile was easy, a gentle incline I'd hiked 100 times. But the spur trail was another story. It was narrower, choked with overgrown rhododendron bushes whose waxy leaves brushed against my arms. The path was a treacherous web of roots and moss, slicked rocks. This was the older part of the forest, where the trees were giants, their massive trunks blocking out much of the sun. The air grew cooler, and a deep silence settled, broken only by my own breathing and the rustle of some unseen creature in the undergrowth. It's a silence that can feel peaceful or oppressive, depending on your state of mind. Today, it felt watchful. After another 30 minutes of strenuous hiking, I called out her name. Sarah. A voice, weak but clear, answered from up ahead. "Here! Over here!" I found her sitting on a fallen log, her face pale and beaded with sweat. One of her hiking boots was off, and her left ankle was already swollen to the size of a grapefruit, a nasty purple bruise spreading across the skin. She was in her late 20s, with the lean, wiry build of a seasoned hiker. She managed a weak, grateful smile as I approached. "Thank God," she breathed. "I was starting to think I'd have to spend the night with the bears." "Not on my watch," I said, dropping my pack and kneeling beside her. "I'm Heather. Let's take a look." I began my assessment, my hands moving with practiced efficiency. The ankle was definitely fractured, not just sprained. As I worked, gently probing the injury and checking for circulation, we made small talk. She was from out of state, trying to complete a section of the trail she'd missed the previous year. She loved these mountains, she said, but they didn't always love you back. I agreed. The Appalachians are among the oldest mountains on Earth. They possess a character, a soul, that feels ancient and indifferent to the fleeting lives of those who traverse them. I was wrapping her ankle with a compression bandage, explaining that we'd have to splint it before attempting to move her, when I heard it. At first, it was so faint I thought I'd imagined it, a trick of the wind whistling through the trees. It was a thin, metallic sound, a melody. It was a music box playing a simple, childlike lullaby. But the tune was wrong. It was discordant, with notes that seemed to stumble over each other, creating a sound that was both melancholic and deeply unsettling. It was the kind of tune you might hear in a nightmare. I paused, my hand stilling on the bandage. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, my eyes scanning the dense woods around us. The sound wasn't coming from any particular direction. It was simply there. It seemed to emanate from the trees, the rocks, the very air itself. It was everywhere at once. Sarah's head snapped up. The color drained from her face, replaced by a stark, primal fear that had nothing to do with her injury. Her eyes were wide, fixed on some unseen point in the trees beyond me. Her breath hitched. The small talk, the gratitude, the pain, it all vanished, consumed by this new, overwhelming terror. The tinny, off-key lullaby continued its ghostly refrain, a mechanical ghost in the woods. It felt impossibly loud in the profound silence, a profane intrusion into the natural world. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. Every instinct, every bit of my training, screamed that something was fundamentally wrong. This wasn't a lost hiker with a radio. This wasn't a prank. This was something else. I looked back at Sarah. Her lips trembled as she spoke, her voice a choked whisper that was barely audible over the horrible, looping melody. "Oh no," she said, tears welling in her eyes. "It's back." The words hung in the air, heavier and colder than the creeping mountain shadows. "It's back." For a moment, my brain refused to process it. My training, my entire worldview, was a fortress built on logic and procedure. In my world, fear was a symptom of a physical problem: injury, dehydration, disorientation. But the terror in Sarah's eyes was not a symptom. It was the disease itself, ancient and absolute. The discordant lullaby, still looping its sickening melody, was the vector. "What's back?" I demanded, my voice sharp, trying to cut through the fog of fear that was now enveloping us both. "Sarah, talk to me. What are you talking about?" She was shaking her head, a frantic, repetitive motion. Her gaze darted through the trees, not looking for something, but as if expecting something to step out from behind every trunk. "The music." She whimpered. "It's the same music." "From when?" "When did you hear this before?" I grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at me, to break her terrified trance. The feel of her trembling muscles under my palms was unnerving. "Last year," she choked out, her story tumbling out in terrified fragments. "I was hiking with my friend Mark. We were further north, near the Virginia border. We got lost in a sudden fog, a complete whiteout. Then the music started. Her breath hitched, and a sob escaped her lips. It was just like this, tinny out of tune. It came from everywhere. Mark thought it was funny. A prank. The music box played on, its cheerful tune a mockery of the growing dread that was coiling in my stomach. I finished securing the splint on her ankle, my movements becoming faster, more urgent. The sun was dipping lower, and the quality of the light had changed, turning the forest from a vibrant green to a bruised, gloomy palette of purples and grays. We kept walking, trying to find the trail. Sarah continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. But the music, it felt like it was hurting us. Every time we tried to go one way, it would get louder in front of us. So we'd turn and it would shift again. It was toying with us. My rational mind was still fighting, searching for an explanation. A speaker system set up by some lunatic. A bizarre auditory phenomenon caused by the topography. But no logical answer could account for the sheer, suffocating malevolence that seemed to saturate the air. "What happened to Mark?" I asked, my voice low. I already knew the answer. Tears streamed freely down Sarah's face now. He got angry. He started yelling into the fog, challenging whoever it was. He walked off the path into the trees, shouting that he was going to find them and smash their stupid music box. She paused, swallowing hard. The memory was clearly a wound that had never healed. I begged him to come back. The music got softer then, almost like it was luring him in. I heard him crashing through the undergrowth, getting further and further away. His shouting faded, and then he screamed. It wasn't a normal scream, Heather. It was wet, gurgling, a sound of pure agony, cut short, then silence. The music stopped. The fog lifted, and Mark was gone. A cold wave washed over me, independent of the dropping temperature. I scanned the woods around us, my hand instinctively moving to the handle of the small hatchet. I kept on my pack for clearing brush. The forest was no longer just a collection of trees. It was a wall of watching eyes. Every knot in the bark looked like a face. Every shadow a lurking figure. I ran, Sarah whispered. I ran until my lungs burned and I collapsed on the main trail. The rangers found me hours later. They searched for Mark for weeks. They never found a single trace. No pack, no clothes, not a drop of blood. It was like the woods just ate him. The music box finally, mercifully wound down, its last note hanging in the air before being swallowed by an even more terrifying silence. The normal sounds of the forest did not return. There were no birds, no insects, no rustling squirrels. There was only the sound of our own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. The silence was a held breath, an anticipation of something worse to come. "We have to go?" I said, my voice tight. Right now, my plan to call for a litter team and wait for an organized evacuation was gone. Waiting here felt like suicide. "Can you stand?" "I don't know," she sobbed. "I'll try." I hoisted her up, her arms slung over my shoulders, my body taking most of her weight. She cried out in pain as her injured foot brushed the ground. Progress would be agonizingly slow. We were a wounded animal, and the predator was closing in. We took our first, shuffling step, and that's when a new sound started. It wasn't music this time. It was humming, a child's hum, a soft, breathy, tuneless sound that picked up the same discordant lullaby the music box had been playing. And it was close. So close, it sounded like it was coming from just beyond the thicket of rhododendrons a mere 20 feet away. My blood turned to ice. My body froze, every muscle screaming at me to run, but my duty, my promise to this terrified woman, held me in place. Slowly, deliberately, a branch in the rhododendron bush was pushed aside. It wasn't the natural sway of a branch in the wind. It was moved with intent. Through the gap in the waxy green leaves, I saw a flicker of movement, a patch of pale color that didn't belong in the darkening woods. The humming continued soft, curious, and utterly inhuman. It was the sound of a predator that had found its prey and was in no hurry to finish the game. It was a sound that promised a pain far worse than a broken bone, and it was getting closer. Years of trained survival instinct took over my body. In that split second, the world shrank to the gap in the rhododendron leaves and that horrifying hum. I shoved Sarah backward hard enough that she fell to the soft earth with a cry of pain and shock.
"Get behind me!"
I barked, my hand pulling the small hatchet from its sheath on my pack. The cold metal of the handle was a grounding force in my damp palm. What stepped out of the bushes was not an animal. Not a bear, not a deer, and not a person. It had once been a boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old. He wore clothes that were ancient and tattered, faded cotton trousers, and a plaid shirt so decayed it was nearly translucent. His skin was paper white, the color of someone who hadn't seen the sun in decades. But the most terrifying thing was his eyes. They were empty black pits, deep and bottomless as a well. As he stepped forward, the humming sound rose, not from his lips, which were pulled back in a wide, unnatural smile, but from his throat, from deep within his chest. And then I saw it, the thing that made my blood run cold. Strapped to his hip by a thin leather cord was a small, rusted metal music box. It was the source of that hideous melody. That's him. Sarah sobbed from behind me. Oh God, he hasn't aged. The words confused me for a moment before the horrifying truth slammed into me. This wasn't a lost child. This was what Mark, Sarah's friend, had found a year ago. This was what had lured him to his death. The boy tilted his head, his gruesome smile widening to reveal pale, toothless gums. He started toward us, not with a child's walk, but with a strange, unnatural gait, his legs bent at odd angles, making his movement jerky and spider-like. His humming pitched slightly higher, thick with a nauseating anticipation. "Stay back!" I shouted, my voice trembling but firm. I took a step forward, planting myself over the terrified Sarah on the ground. One more step and I'll... He didn't stop. He kept scuttling closer, the musty smell of cellar dirt and rotten leaves reaching my nostrils. I had no choice. The moment he was in range, I swung the hatchet with all my might. There was no scream, no blood. Only a sickening thunk as the metal struck something incredibly hard. The force of the impact vibrated up my arm, making it numb. The boy staggered back a step, a deep gash on his pale forehead, but no blood flowed. Only a thick, dark fluid, like tar, slowly oozed out. His humming faltered, replaced by a soft, clicking sound from his teeth. But those empty eyes locked onto mine, and for the first time I felt an emotion radiating from them. It wasn't pain. It was a cold, ancient rage.
Run!
I screamed, pulling Sarah up from the ground. The pain in her ankle meant nothing now compared to the horror behind us. We fled blindly into the darkening woods. Sarah leaned heavily on me, crying out with a sob every time her injured foot hit the ground. I didn't look back, but I could hear him, the sound of snapping twigs in a rhythm that was unsteady and far too fast. He was following. The forest became a maze of terror. Every tree seemed to reach out with branches to snag our clothes. Every root seemed to try and trip us. Adrenaline was a wildfire in my veins, but I knew we couldn't keep this up. Sarah was failing, and this forest was his territory, not ours. Suddenly, the music box began to play again, this time from ahead of us. It was louder, more frantic than before. It was cutting us off, herding us like sheep for the slaughter. "This way!" I yelled desperately, changing direction abruptly, dragging Sarah to the right. I saw a faint light ahead, moonlight reflecting off something different. It was a rock face, a small cliff. When we reached the edge, I looked down. It was a steep drop, maybe 15 feet, to a slope of loose dirt and low bushes. The jump could mean broken bones, but staying meant certain death. The sounds of pursuit were closer now, the clicking of its teeth so loud I could feel the vibration in my chest. "We have to jump?" I told Sarah. "I can't," she cried. My leg. "You have to!" I gripped her arm tightly. "Close your eyes! Go!" I didn't wait for a reply. I pushed us both off the edge. We fell into the darkness, our bodies hitting the slope hard. We tumbled uncontrollably, branches scratching at our faces and limbs. I heard Sarah scream in pain before my head struck something solid, and everything went black. I woke to my name being shouted, the beam of a flashlight strobing across my face. It was the search party, my colleagues. I was crumpled at the bottom of the slope. Sarah was unconscious beside me, but alive. Scratched and bruised, but alive. I tried to speak, to warn them about the boy, about the music box, but only a hoarse croak came from my throat. One of the rescuers shone his light up to the top of the cliff we'd fallen from. "No sign of anyone up here," he said into his radio. "Looks like they just slipped." They carried us out of the woods that night. I spent 2 days in the hospital with a concussion and 1,000 cuts. Sarah had a shattered ankle that required surgery. The official story was that we got lost and had an accident. I didn't correct it. What would I have told them? That we were hunted by the ghost of a child with a music box strapped to his hip. They would have had me committed. I never went back to work there. I moved away from the Appalachian Mountains the following week. But some nights, when it's quiet and I'm alone, I can still hear it. A faint, discordant humming, like wind through a cracked window pane. And I know it's still out there, deep in those ancient woods, waiting for the next lost traveler, with its music box and its toothless smile. My name is Alexander Vance, though everyone has called me Alex for as long as I can remember. At 26, I had recently achieved a long-held dream becoming a park ranger. It wasn't just a job for me, it was a calling. Since I was a boy hiking and camping with my father in the rolling hills of Virginia, the wilderness had felt more like home than any building ever could. I respected its power, understood its dangers, and cherished its profound, soul-quieting peace. My training had been rigorous, covering everything from wilderness first aid and search, and rescue protocols to wildlife management and trail maintenance. I felt prepared, capable, and deeply confident in my abilities. To celebrate my new position and to properly immerse myself in the territory I would soon help to oversee, I decided to undertake a solo 5-day trek along a particularly remote stretch of the Appalachian Trail. It was a section known for its stunning vistas and challenging terrain, a perfect final test of my skills before my duties officially began. I packed meticulously, my gear a familiar extension of my own body, a lightweight tent, a high-performance sleeping bag, a reliable water filter, and enough dehydrated food to last a week, just in case. My father, a retired ranger himself, had checked my pack list twice. "There's no such thing as being too prepared, son," he'd said, his voice a familiar mix of pride and caution. The first day was everything I had hoped for. The autumn air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The sun, filtered through a canopy of brilliant orange and gold leaves, painted shifting patterns on the forest floor. I moved with a steady, practiced rhythm, my hiking poles tapping a soft beat against the rocky path. The sounds of the forest were a symphony I knew by heart, the chatter of a squirrel scolding me from a high branch, the distant drumming of a woodpecker, the gentle rustle of the wind through the treetops. That night, I made camp by a gurgling creek, cooked a simple meal over my small stove, and watched the stars emerge, sharp and impossibly bright in the moonless sky. I felt a profound sense of solitude, but not loneliness. It was a perfect, peaceful isolation, the very thing I had come here to find. I fell asleep to the sound of the water, my mind clear and my body pleasantly tired. The second day began much the same. I broke camp at dawn, the morning mist clinging to the valleys below me. The trail climbed steadily, and by early afternoon, I was navigating a long, exposed ridge. The views were breathtaking, miles of undulating forest stretching out in every direction. It was during a brief stop to drink water and consult my map that the feeling began. It wasn't a sound or a sight, not at first. It was a primal prickle on the back of my neck, the ancient instinct that tells you that you are being watched. I lowered my water bottle slowly, my eyes scanning the trail behind me. It snaked back down the ridge for a good 100 yards before disappearing into a thicket of mountain laurel. Nothing moved. I stood perfectly still, my senses on high alert, straining to catch any sound that was out of place. But there was only the wind, a low whisper across the rocky outcrop. I shook my head, dismissing it. A deer, probably. Or maybe just the strange feeling of being the only human for miles around. I was in their world, after all. It was natural to feel like a guest. I pushed on, but the feeling lingered, a quiet hum of unease beneath the surface of my thoughts. An hour later, I saw it for the first time. I was descending from the ridge into a denser, darker section of the woods, where ancient hemlocks blocked out much of the sun. I paused to adjust the strap on my pack, and as I glanced to my right, into the deep shadows between the trees, I caught a flicker of movement. It was peripheral, a subconscious catch of motion at the very edge of my vision. It was quick, so quick that I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. It seemed dark and tall, but it was gone before my brain could fully process the shape. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet woods. I took a few steps off the trail, peering into the gloom. Someone there. The response was the most unnerving part. It wasn't silence in the way that a forest is ever truly silent. It was an absolute absence of sound. The background hum of insects ceased. The light breeze that had been rustling the leaves died completely. It was as if a vacuum had suddenly formed around me, sucking all noise and life out of the air. I stood frozen for a full minute, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was wrong. A deer or a bear, startled by my voice, would have made some sound as it fled, a snapping twig, the crashing of undergrowth, a startled huff. But there was nothing, a dead, suffocating stillness. Slowly, I backed away onto the path, my hand resting on the handle of the large survival knife sheathed on my belt. Every instinct, both natural and trained, was screaming at me. I started walking again, much faster this time, not daring to look back. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague prickle. It was a physical weight, a pressure on my back. I could feel eyes on me, following my every step from the concealment of the woods. For the rest of the afternoon, the sensation was my constant companion. I'd catch another flicker of movement now, and then, always at the periphery, always vanishing the moment I tried to focus on it. It never got closer, but it never fell behind. It was simply there, and with it came that unnatural pocket of silence. Each time I stopped, the world would go dead quiet. It was the lack of sound that was truly terrifying. It defied the laws of nature. Anything that moved through a forest, especially something I now felt was large, had to make noise. It was a fundamental rule. But this thing, whatever it was, broke that rule. It was a silent predator, and it was pacing me. When I finally reached a small clearing to make camp for the night, my hands were shaking. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of red and purple, I knew I was in for a long night. The darkness flowing into the woods felt different now, no longer peaceful, but filled with a silent, watching menace. Sleep was not an option. I abandoned any thought of cooking. The idea of turning my back on the woods for even a moment was unthinkable. Instead, I zipped myself into my small, one-man tent, my survival knife clutched in one hand, and my brightest headlamp strapped to my forehead. The clearing I had chosen was small, perhaps 30 feet across, with the dense, dark wall of the forest pressing in on all sides. Every ranger training manual has a section on dealing with fear in the wilderness, on how to rationalize the snap of a twig or the shadow that looks like a bear. But no manual had prepared me for this. This wasn't fear of the known, it was terror of the fundamentally wrong. The sun disappeared completely, and a profound, inky blackness swallowed the forest. I switched on my headlamp, its powerful beam cutting a sharp cone of white light that seemed only to make the surrounding darkness deeper and more absolute. And then the silence returned. It rolled in like a physical fog, snuffing out the chirping of crickets and the rustle of nocturnal creatures. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket of nothing. My own breathing sounded like a bellows, my heart beat a frantic drum against the void. I sat there rigid, for what felt like an eternity, my headlamp beam sweeping back and forth across the tree line. And then I began to sense its movement. There was still no sound, not a single giveaway, but the pocket of absolute silence began to move. I could feel it circling my campsite. It would start on my right, and the normal, subtle sounds of the night in that direction would vanish. Then the silent patch would shift, moving deliberately along the edge of the clearing, a moving zone of dead air. It was methodically pacing the perimeter of my camp, just beyond the reach of my light. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a random animal. This was intelligent. It was studying me. It was letting me know it was there, asserting its dominance through this impossible, terrifying stealth. I tried to reason with myself. It's a mountain lion. One part of my brain insisted, the ranger part. They can be incredibly quiet. But I knew that was a lie. No predator on Earth was this silent. Nothing of its size could move through the thick, undergrowth, without making a sound. My training was useless against this. It was like trying to use a fire extinguisher to fight a ghost. At one point, driven by a surge of desperate adrenaline, I screamed into the woods. Do want. The sound was swallowed by the oppressive quiet almost as soon as it left my lips. There was no echo, no reply, just the continued silent patrol. I must have eventually passed out from sheer mental and physical exhaustion, collapsing into a fitful, nightmare-plagued doze. I woke with a jolt just before dawn, the first pale, gray light filtering through the trees. The silence was gone. The forest was alive again with the tentative chirps of early birds. For a delirious moment, I allowed myself to believe it had all been a terrible dream. Then I unzipped my tent. In the very center of the clearing, directly in front of my tent's door, were 3 small stones, stacked one on top of the other in a perfect, deliberate cairn. They hadn't been there when I set up camp. I hadn't put them there. It had come into my clearing while I slept. It had stood mere feet from my thin nylon wall and left a sign, a message. My stomach churned with a fresh wave of fear. This was a marker, a claim. Panic finally overrode my training. I tore down my camp with frantic, clumsy hands, stuffing my tent and sleeping bag into my pack without bothering to roll them properly. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just had to get moving. I had to get away. My 5-day celebratory trek had become a desperate flight for survival. The 3rd day was a blur of paranoid hiking. I abandoned my planned route, instead just following the main trail as fast as I possibly could, pushing my body to its limits. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow sent a jolt of panic through me. But strangely, the oppressive feeling of being watched was less intense. It was still there, a low, level hum of dread in the back of my mind, but the suffocating silence didn't descend every time I stopped. I allowed a sliver of hope to grow. Maybe it was territorial. Maybe I had left its area and it had let me go. That hope was shattered in the late afternoon. I came to a fork in the trail. The main path, the one I had been on, continued straight. A smaller, less used trail branched off to the left. Tied to a low, hanging branch directly over the main path was a single, bright red ribbon. It was the same type of ribbon I used for my own trail markers, the same color, from the same brand. And it had been taken from the outer mesh pocket of my backpack. I knew this for a fact because I had seen it there yesterday morning, and I distinctly remembered seeing it gone when I was packing in a panic. It hadn't been following me. It had been ahead of me. It had gone through my things, taken an item, and used it to mark the path. But why? To mock me. To prove it could. My eyes followed the main trail ahead, and a new horrifying thought crystallized in my mind. It wasn't just following, it was hurting me. It had blocked the main path with this strange, personal marker, trying to guide me down the other trail. Where did that other path lead? Deeper into the wilderness. To a place where I would be even more isolated. The choice was no choice at all. This thing didn't want me to leave. My mind raced, trapped between 2 impossible choices. The ribbon was a clear message: do not go this way. My training, my experience, my very instinct for self-preservation told me that when a predator tries to guide you, you run in the opposite direction. But what if that was the trap? What if the main trail, the path to my truck and to safety, led into an ambush? And the other path, the one it seemed to be encouraging, where did it lead? Into a ravine, a cave, a place from which there was no escape. I stood there at the fork, trembling, the weight of the decision pressing down on me. It was a game, a cruel and twisted psychological game, and I was the pawn. A cold rage began to burn through the fear. I would not be herded. I would not be played with. I was a park ranger. This was my forest, too. With a snarl, I reached up and ripped the red ribbon from the branch. I shoved it into my pocket, a small act of defiance. My choice was made. I was sticking to the main trail. I was going home. The instant my boots hit the path beyond the fork, the world changed. The silence didn't just break, it shattered. From the deep woods to my left, the direction of the unused trail, came a sound that froze the marrow in my bones. It was the sound of immense weight shifting, of ancient trees, as something impossibly large shouldered its way through them. It wasn't the sound of an animal moving through the forest. It was the sound of the forest itself being torn apart. There was no more stealth. The game was over. I ran. I have never known a run like it. It was a blind, panic-fueled flight, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. My heavy pack, once a source of comfort and security, was now a leaden weight trying to drag me down. I didn't dare look back. The sounds were all I needed. The continuous, terrifying crashing grew closer, accompanied by a low, guttural breathing that seemed to vibrate through the ground itself. It wasn't the panting of a bear or the breath of any living thing I could name. It was a dry, rasping sound, like stones grinding together. The fourth day of my trek ceased to be a measure of time. There was only the run and the thing behind me. I didn't stop to make camp. As dusk fell, I kept moving, guided by my headlamp, stumbling over roots and rocks I could barely see. The crashing would sometimes fade, and I'd allow myself a moment of hope, only for it to erupt again, closer this time from a new direction. It was flanking me, toying with me, always just out of sight but never far away. Sometime in the dead of night, I risked a glance over my shoulder, and I saw it. It wasn't a clear look, just a silhouette against the slightly paler sky. It was tall. Impossibly tall and thin, like a dead tree that had learned to walk. It stood for a moment at the edge of my headlamp's beam, its limbs bent at angles that were deeply, horribly wrong. It had no discernible head, just a long, slender torso that swayed slightly. Then, it folded itself into the darkness with a fluid, unnatural motion, and the chase resumed. The image was burned into my mind, a nightmare-given form. I don't know if I slept. Maybe I collapsed for minutes at a time, leaning against a tree, only to be jolted awake by the sound of its approach. I ate handfuls of trail mix from my pocket without stopping, my water supply dwindling dangerously low. My body was a machine running on pure fear. My only thought, my only goal was the parking lot. It was a mantra: parking lot. Truck. Safe. By dawn of the fifth day, I was a wreck. My clothes were torn, my face and hands were scratched and bleeding, and every muscle was trembling with exhaustion. But through the trees, I could smell it, the faint, chemical scent of asphalt and car exhaust. I was close. The forest seemed to know it too. The sounds behind me grew more frantic, more aggressive. The crashing was no longer just behind me, but to my sides as well. It was trying to cut me off, to make one final, desperate attempt to keep me. I broke into a final, shambling sprint. Branches whipped at my face, but I didn't care. I could see a change in the light ahead, a brightness that wasn't filtered through leaves. The tree line, the edge of its world, and the beginning of mine. With a final guttural roar that was more a feeling than a sound, the thing behind me lunged. I felt a cold wind on my back, a wave of displaced air so powerful it almost knocked me off my feet. I threw myself forward, tumbling out of the woods and onto the hot, sharp gravel of the parking lot. I landed hard, scraping my palms and knees, the shock of the impact rattling my teeth. I lay there for a second, gasping, my heart feeling like it would explode. Then, I pushed myself up and looked back. There was nothing. The tree line was still and silent. The terrifying sounds were gone. The birds were singing. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. The forest was just a forest again, watching me with a placid, green indifference. It was over. It had let me go when I reached the parking lot. I stumbled to my truck, my hands shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. I didn't look back again. As I drove away, I knew that a part of me would always be back on that trail, forever running. The woods are no longer a place of peace for me. I am a ranger, and I will do my duty. But when I walk beneath the trees, I am always listening for the silence. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my soul, that it is listening for me, too. My name is Elias Markham, and for the past 3 months, I have been a park ranger assigned to the Roan Creek district of the sprawling, ancient Appalachian wilderness. It was a position I had coveted for years, a culmination of a degree in forestry science and a deeply ingrained love for the wild places of the world. My predecessors spoke of this land with a kind of wary reverence, a mixture of awe at its breathtaking beauty and a healthy respect for its unforgiving nature. I thought I understood. I thought their warnings were about the sudden violent thunderstorms that could trap you on a ridge, the black bears that grew bolder each year, or the simple, deadly danger of a hiker losing their footing on a slick, moss-covered rock. I was wrong. The first couple of months were idyllic, a confirmation of every dream I'd had about the job. I spent my days maintaining the trails, clearing fallen timber after storms, and offering guidance to the endless stream of hikers, from fresh, faced kids on a weekend trip to seasoned-through hikers whose lean frames and weathered faces told tales of 1,000 miles already walked. The mountains were a cathedral of green and granite, the air crisp and smelling of damp earth and pine. The silence was profound, a living thing that felt older than any sound. At night, in my small, isolated cabin, I'd listen to the call of owls and the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, and I'd feel a sense of peace I'd never known in the city. The change began subtly, almost imperceptibly. It started in late September, as the vibrant greens of summer began to yield to the fiery oranges and reds of autumn. The air grew colder, and a persistent mist seemed to cling to the hollows and valleys long after the sun had risen. The woods grew quieter. Not the peaceful, living silence I had grown to love, but a heavy, watchful quiet. The birds seemed to sing less, and the chattering of squirrels ceased. Hikers I met on the trail seemed more subdued, their usual cheerful greetings replaced with tight smiles and hurried nods. They spoke in lower voices, as if afraid of being overheard. More than once, I found myself stopping mid-stride, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the undeniable feeling of being watched by something I could not see. I would scan the dense walls of trees and rhododendron, but there was never anything there. I dismissed it as nerves, the product of too much solitude. That was my mistake. My job, my training, my entire worldview was based on logic, on the observable and the explainable. A bear is a bear. A storm is a storm. But this was something else. It was an atmospheric pressure drop that no barometer could measure. I met Beth on a Tuesday. The sky was a flat, bruised purple, threatening a rain that never came. I was doing a routine patrol on the Fork Ridge Trail, a moderately difficult path that wound its way up to a stunning overlook. I found her sitting on a fallen log just off the trail, her hiking poles lying discarded by her feet. She wasn't crying or hyperventilating. She was unnervingly still, her face pale, and her gaze fixed on a point in the trees I couldn't see. She had the focused, shell-shocked look of someone who had just walked away from a car wreck. "Everything all right, miss?" I asked, keeping my voice calm and even. She jumped, startled, her head snapping around to look at me. Her eyes were wide. "Oh, I didn't hear you. Sorry to startle you." "Ranger Markham," I said, touching the brim of my hat. "Just making my rounds. You look a little shaken. Did you take a fall?" She shook her head slowly. "No, I'm fine." She was an archaeology student from a university down in the Flatlands. She told me that later. She was out here on a personal trip, combining a love of hiking with a habit of keeping her eyes peeled for anything interesting, like arrowhead fragments or old pottery shards. "I'm an archaeology student," she said, her voice barely a whisper, as if she was trying to convince herself as much as me. "My name's Beth. I know what animal bones look like after scavengers are done." This was different. I knelt to her level, my professional concern peak. "What was different? What did you find?" She took a deep, shuddering breath before she spoke. "I found a deer's femur. Up there." She gestured vaguely up the trail. It was placed on a flat rock, almost like an altar. It was picked clean, almost polished white. There were no teeth marks, no scratches from claws, nothing. It looked like it had been surgically stripped of all flesh, every last fiber. I tried to rationalize it. Could have been boiled by someone, maybe a poacher with a strange sense of humor. Beth's eyes met mine, and there was a chilling certainty in them. No, a boiled bone has a different texture. It's porous. This was smooth. gleaming, like someone had worked on it for hours, and it wasn't just clean, it was presented. It felt like a warning. A warning. The word hung in the cold, still air between us. My training told me this was likely nothing, a bizarre but ultimately harmless prank. But the conviction in her voice and the oppressive silence of the surrounding woods made the hairs on my arms stand up. I got the exact location from her and advised her to head back down to the trailhead. I watched her go, a small figure moving quickly through the darkening woods, before I turned and headed up the trail. It took me 10 minutes to find the rock she described. It was a large, flat slab of granite dappled with moss, just a few yards from the path. And there it was. The femur. Everything she said was true, and yet her description hadn't done it justice. The bone was stark white against the dark gray of the rock. It didn't look real. It looked like a medical model, an anatomical specimen. I crouched, examining it closely without touching it. She was right. There were no marks. No gnawing from a coyote, no scrapes from a bear's claws. The surface was impossibly smooth, almost silky in appearance. It was placed perfectly in the center of the rock, a deliberate, undeniable act of placement. A statement. I felt that cold prickling on my neck again, stronger this time. The silence of the forest was no longer peaceful, it was suffocating. Every dark space between the trees seemed to hold a shape, a watching presence. I carefully wrapped the bone in an evidence bag from my pack, a strange formality for a crime that had no name. As I stood up, a twig snapped in the woods behind me, loud. Close. I spun around, my hand instinctively going to the bear spray on my belt. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak. There was no answer. Only the wind, which had begun to whisper through the treetops, carrying with it the cold promise of the coming night. The hike back to my truck was the longest mile of my life. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into unnatural forms. The wind, no longer a neutral force of nature, now felt like a sentient breath on my skin, whispering secrets I couldn't comprehend. I clutched the evidence bag containing the bone, the unnatural smoothness of it palpable even through the plastic. I didn't run. I knew, with a primal certainty that bypassed all logic, that running was the worst thing I could do. Running meant I was prey, so I walked, forcing a steady pace, my senses screaming, my eyes darting into the impenetrable gloom on either side of the trail. I felt like a single, illuminated cell under a vast, dark microscope. Back at my cabin, I locked the door and bolted it, something I hadn't done since my first week here. The small wooden structure that had once been my sanctuary now felt like a fragile shell, easily breached. I placed the bagged femur on my simple wooden table under the harsh glare of the single overhead bulb. It seemed to absorb the light, a stark white void against the rustic wood grain. I sat down and stared at it, trying to fit it into the world I knew. A prankster wouldn't have the patience or the skill. A poacher would have no reason. It was an object that defied context. My hand trembled slightly as I picked up the radio. Roan Creek Station to base. Over. The familiar crackle of the radio was a small comfort. Go ahead, Roan Creek. This is Henderson. What's up, Markham? See a squirrel with an attitude. David Henderson was my immediate superior, a man who had been with the service for 30 years and had seen it all, or so he claimed. He had a gruff, no-nonsense demeanor that often bordered on dismissive. Dave, I found something strange up on Fork Ridge. I started, trying to keep my voice level. I described my encounter with Beth, the archaeology student, and the state of the bone. I was precise, clinical, using the language of a report. I left out the part about the feeling of being watched, about the twig snap, knowing how it would sound. There was a long pause on the other end. When Henderson finally spoke, it was with a sigh of wary condescension. Markham, you've been up there alone a little too long. It's a bone. Some hikers were probably making bone broth and forgot their pot, or it's kids. Kids do weird things. You want me to file a report on a deer bone? Dave, you didn't see it. It was surgically clean. Polished. All right, look. Bag it, tag it, and stick it in your locker. If a deer comes down to the station to file a missing limb report, you'll be the first to know. Otherwise, focus on trail marker 112. It was reported washed out in last week's rain. Henderson out. The radio went silent, leaving me alone with the bone in the suffocating quiet. I was being told to ignore the evidence of my own senses. The professional in me was frustrated. The man alone in the woods was terrified. I wrapped the femur in a towel and locked it in a metal footlocker at the end of my bed, as if putting it out of sight would put it out of my mind. It didn't work. I slept in fits, my dreams filled with images of white, polished bones arranged in intricate, impossible patterns under a black sun. I woke up just before dawn, the cabin air cold and stale. I made coffee, my hands cupping the mug for warmth, and stared out the window into the pre-dawn mist. That's when I saw it. On the railing of my small porch, placed dead center, was my hatchet. I kept it in a locked shed about 20 yards from the cabin. It was my go-to tool for splitting kindling. But this wasn't just my hatchet. Its wooden handle, usually stained with sweat and dirt, was clean and dark, as if it had been oiled. And the blade gleamed in the faint light, polished to a mirror shine. It was a twin to the femur, an everyday object rendered terrifyingly alien by an impossible, obsessive cleanliness. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a prank found on a public trail. This was a message, delivered to my doorstep. Someone or something had been on my porch while I slept. They had picked the lock on my shed, taken my hatchet, and spent hours, perhaps, cleaning and polishing it before placing it where I would be sure to see it. It was an act of profound intimacy and violation. It said, I can get to you. I can get to your things. I can stand right outside your door, and you will never know. I didn't touch it. I backed away from the window, my heart hammering against my ribs. Henderson's dismissive voice echoed in my head. It's just kids. No kid did this. This was methodical, patient. The rest of the day passed in a haze of paranoia. Every time I went outside, I carried my bear spray in my hand and a heavy mag light in the other. I did my job, clearing the washout at marker 112, but my eyes were constantly scanning the trees, my ears straining for any sound that was out of place. The forest was no longer my home. It was a hostile, foreign territory. That evening, driven by a desperation I couldn't explain, I drove into the small town at the base of the mountain. In the town's only diner, I found a retired ranger named Jedidiah Jed Stone, a man whose name was whispered with a mix of respect and pity among the current rangers. He'd left the service abruptly a decade ago after his partner disappeared on a search and rescue mission in the very same district I now patrolled. I found him nursing a coffee in a corner booth. His face was a roadmap of wrinkles, his eyes distant. I introduced myself, and he gave me a curt nod. You're the new guy at Roan Creek, he said, his voice a gravelly rasp. You've got the look. What look is that? I asked, sitting down opposite him. The look of a man who's seen something that ain't in the manual, he said, his eyes focusing on me for the first time. Something the suits down at base tell you to forget. You found one of their gifts, didn't you? The question hit me like a physical blow. A gift. He nodded slowly, taking a sip of his coffee. A bone, maybe. Or a stone polished smooth as glass. They leave them for us, for my people. It's a message. We see you. They're territorial. They've been here since before the mountains were old. The Cherokee knew not to go into certain hollows after dark. They called them the Asgili, the ghosts, but they're not ghosts, son. Ghosts are dead. These things, they're just hungry. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. My partner, Ben, he thought it was all just stories. He went looking for a lost hiker up near Raven's Tor. Never came back. They found his pack a week later. Everything was in it. His radio, his food, his water. Everything except his boots. They were sitting 100 feet away, side by side, laces tied, polished so clean you could see the sky in them. I left the diner with Jedidiah Stone's words echoing in the ringing silence of my mind. They're just hungry. His story about Ben's boots wasn't a cautionary tale. It was a diagnosis. As I got to my truck, he came to the door of the diner and called out to me, his voice a low rasp that barely carried across the parking lot. Mark 'em. One more thing. They learn. Be careful what you show them. He then retreated back into the shadows of the diner, leaving me alone with that cryptic, terrifying piece of advice. The drive back up the mountain was a descent into hell. The winding road, usually a familiar comfort, now felt like a predator's gullet, swallowing me whole. The headlights cut a pathetic swath through a darkness that felt solid and ancient. I imagined shapes moving just at the edge of the beams. Tall, gaunt figures flitting between the trees with an unnatural speed. I knew it was my imagination, but that didn't make the fear any less real. Jed's words turned over and over in my mind. They mimic. Be careful what you show them. Had I shown them fear? Had I shown them where I lived? When I reached my cabin, the polished hatchet was still sitting on the porch rail, gleaming under the cold moonlight like a trophy. I left it there. Touching it felt like accepting the gift, and every instinct screamed that was a line I could not cross. I entered the cabin, bolting the door behind me, and began a futile ritual of security. I jammed a chair under the doorknob. I wedged knives into the window sashes to stop them from being raised. It was the desperate work of a man trying to convince himself he had some measure of control, but I knew it was useless. If they could pick the lock on my shed, a simple window latch was nothing. I was a mouse hiding in a shoebox in the middle of a lion's den. Sleep was impossible. I sat in a chair facing the door, a heavy mag light in my hand, my shotgun loaded with buckshot resting across my lap. I was a park ranger, trained to handle bears and armed poachers, yet I was huddled in my cabin, terrified of something that polished its victims. The absurdity of it all was almost as terrifying as the situation itself. Morning came not with relief, but with renewed dread. I forced myself to check the porch. The hatchet was gone. In its place, sitting perfectly centered on the railing, was my toothbrush. It had been in the holder by my bathroom sink. The plastic handle was polished to a glossy sheen, and the bristles, usually white, were now almost translucent, scrubbed clean of any impurity. They had been inside my cabin while I sat there, wide awake, armed and waiting. They had been in my bathroom, mere feet away from me. The message was clearer than ever. Your locks are meaningless. Your weapons are meaningless. We can touch you whenever we want. My terror was so profound it almost became a kind of numbness. I was a dead man walking. I just hadn't been collected yet. I was drinking stale coffee when the radio crackled, the sound so sudden it made me yelp and splash coffee on myself. All units, be advised. We have a report of a missing hiker. Sarah Reynolds, female, 24 years old. Last seen yesterday afternoon near the trailhead for Raven's Tour. Anyone in that sector, begin a preliminary search. Over. It was Henderson's voice, but his usual gruffness was gone, replaced by a clipped professional urgency. Raven's Tour, the place where Jed's partner had vanished. A cold, heavy certainty settled in my gut. This wasn't a coincidence. This was an invitation. They had taken someone, and they were telling me where to go to find her. The search party was comprised of 5 of us. The other rangers were all business, their faces set with grim determination. They saw a lost hiker, a race against time and the elements. I saw a lamb being led to a slaughterhouse, and I was one of the flock. As we ascended the trail towards Raven's Tour, I saw the woods through Jed's eyes. The silence wasn't empty, it was full of listening ears. I noticed things the others missed. A game trail with no tracks, branches bent at impossible angles, a profound lack of birdsong. The world felt wrong. We split up to cover more ground, a standard procedure that now felt like a death sentence. My assigned area took me into a dense thicket of rhododendron, the waxy leaves muffling all sound. It was in there that I found a single hiking boot, sitting upright on a patch of moss. It was Sarah Reynolds' size, and it was immaculately clean, the leather polished to a high gloss, the laces tied in a perfect bow. I didn't call it in. What would I say? That I'd found a single, polished boot, and it meant she was dead. They'd think I was insane. Instead, I pushed forward, drawn by a horrifying sense of purpose. I was no longer searching for a lost hiker. I was looking for the gift they had left for me. I found her in a small, Hidden clearing I had never seen before, a place that didn't seem to be on any map. In the center of the clearing was a massive, flat-topped boulder, stained dark with age. She was laid out on top of it. Sarah Reynolds was arranged like a broken doll, her limbs posed at unnatural angles. But it was her skin that made me retch, my stomach heaving with a violent acidic surge. It was pale, bloodless, and shone with a soft, polished luster like fine marble. Every inch of her had been scrubbed, cleaned, and polished. Her clothes were gone, her hair was fanned out around her head, each strand seemingly cleaned and placed individually. But her eyes, were the worst part. They were wide open, staring at the gray sky, and they gleamed they had been polished too. Two glassy, horrific orbs reflecting the canopy above. She wasn't a body. She was a sculpture, a statement, the ultimate final gift. I stumbled backwards, my mind shattering. The bone, the hatchet, the toothbrush, the boots. They weren't warnings. They were practice. They were owning their craft, their terrifying, alien art form, and this was their masterpiece. My foot snapped a twig. The sound was like a gunshot in the dead silent clearing. From the dense woods on the far side of the rock, a shape detached itself from the shadows. It was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs too long for its body. Its skin was the color of bleached bone, and it moved with a fluid, jointless grace that was utterly inhuman. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, a blank expanse of skin. It turned its featureless head toward me. I broke the rule. I ran. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I didn't care. The logic of prey and predator was all that was left. Behind me, I heard a sound I will hear in my nightmares for the rest of my life. It was a soft, wet, scraping noise. The sound of something being polished. And as I fled, a new thought, colder and sharper than any fear, cut through my panic. Jed was wrong about one thing. As I ran, I realized the feeling radiating from the clearing behind me wasn't hunger. It was pride. My name is Alexander Vance, though most people just call me Alex. 6 months ago, if you had told me I'd be trading my cubicle and the incessant glow of a computer screen for a small, wood, paneled ranger station in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, I would have laughed. I was a city person, born and bred. My life was a predictable rhythm of deadlines, traffic, and the constant, low, grade hum of a million lives being lived on top of one another. But something in me had started to fray. I yearned for silence, for a horizon not carved out by skyscrapers, for something real and tangible under my feet. So I took a leap. I cashed in my savings, went through the rigorous training, and accepted a junior park ranger position in a remote section of the trail that winds through the ancient, rolling hills of North Carolina. My initial weeks were idyllic, a cliché of pastoral bliss that I embraced wholeheartedly. My duties were simple trail maintenance, providing information to cheerful, brightly clothed hikers, and filing daily reports. I learned the names of the trees, the calls of the birds, and the subtle shifts in the air that signaled a coming storm. The forest was a living, breathing entity, and I was its humble custodian. My station was a small outpost of civilization, a single point of light in an ocean of green and black. My closest colleague, a senior ranger named Jedidiah, was stationed 5 miles down the mountain. Jed was everything you'd picture an old-timer ranger to be. Grizzled, wary, with eyes that seemed to hold the patience of the mountains themselves. He'd been working these trails for over 40 years. During my training, he'd offered me advice that sounded more like cryptic warnings. "This place is old, Alex," he'd said one afternoon, leaning against the fender of his beat up Park Service truck. "Older than any map. You gotta remember that. You're a guest here, same as the hikers. The mountains decide if they want you to stay." I'd smiled politely, dismissing it as the kind of folksy wisdom that old men dispense to greenhorns. To me, the trails were clearly marked, the paths well trodden. They were a challenge, yes, but a manageable one. A problem with a solution. You start at point A, you follow the signs, you arrive at point B simple. My confidence began to erode on a Tuesday in late autumn. The air was crisp, and the forest floor was a brilliant carpet of red and gold. I was doing a routine patrol on a trail known as the Three Falls Loop, a popular and relatively easy 3-mile circuit famed for, as the name suggests, 3 distinct and picturesque waterfalls. It was a trail I'd walked a dozen times already. I knew its every twist and turn, every gnarled root that threatened to trip the unwary. About a mile in, I stopped to clear a fallen branch. As I heaved the heavy limb off the path, I heard something. It was faint, almost lost in the rustle of the leaves, the sound of a music box playing a tinkling, childlike melody. I froze, straining my ears. It played for maybe 10 seconds and then stopped as abruptly as it had started. I scanned the dense woods around me. There was nothing. No one. I told myself it was the wind, or a strange bird call my inexperienced ears hadn't yet learned. But the melody was too perfect, too mechanical. I pushed the thought away, my heart thumping a little faster, and continued my patrol. The rest of the loop was uneventful, but for the first time the silence of the woods felt less like peace and more like a held breath. The real shift happened a week later. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. When the door to my station flew open, a man stumbled in, his face pale and slick with sweat despite the evening chill. He wore the typical gear of a day hiker. Light jacket, small backpack, sturdy boots. But his eyes were wide with a terror that went far beyond simply being lost. He was trembling uncontrollably, his hands clutching the door frame as if he were afraid the forest itself might reach in and drag him back out. I moved into my official mode, my training kicking in. "Sir, are you injured?" He just shook his head, gasping for air. I guided him to a chair and got him a bottle of water, which he drank in 3 long, desperate gulps. He kept glancing over his shoulder at the open door, at the encroaching darkness outside. I closed it, and he seemed to relax, but only by a fraction. "Take your time," I said in my calmest, most reassuring ranger voice. "My name is Alex. You're safe here." It took him several minutes to find his voice. When he finally spoke, it was a hoarse whisper. "My name is Tom. I was on a day hike, a simple 3-mile loop, the Three Falls Loop." A cold knot formed in my stomach as I remembered the music box. Okay, what happened? He looked at me, and the raw, undiluted fear in his eyes was unnerving. This wasn't just a man who'd gotten turned around. This was a man who had looked into an abyss. "I kept passing the same waterfall," he said, his voice cracking. "The first time, I saw it and thought, okay, that's the first one, beautiful." I kept walking, following the trail markers. They're clear as day, right? The white blazes on the trees. I couldn't miss them. But after 20 minutes of walking, I came around a bend and there it was again. The same waterfall. He paused, swallowing hard. The first time I thought I was confused. Maybe I'd gotten turned around, taken a side path by mistake, and looped back. So I checked my map. I was on the right trail. I was sure of it. So I started again, more carefully this time, watching every single blaze on the trees. I walked and walked, maybe for a half hour. And then I heard the water. I came through the trees, praying I was wrong, but it was the same one, the exact same one. The same pattern of moss on the rocks, the same fallen log at its base. The second time I got scared, really scared. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. The third time, I sat down on the path and cried. I just sat there and sobbed like a child. I was on the marked trail, but it wasn't letting me leave. It was like the path was actively feeding me back to that same spot over and over. It didn't feel natural. It felt hungry. The word hung in the air of my small, quiet station. Hungry. "How did you get out?" I asked softly. He lifted his head, his eyes seeming to look right through me. I don't know how long I sat there. An hour. Maybe more. The sun was getting low. I was starting to think I was going to die there. Then I heard voices. Family, a mother, a father, 2 kids came walking down the path. They were laughing. They looked so normal. They didn't even seem to notice me at first. I just scrambled to my feet, didn't say a word, and fell into step behind them. I followed them. my eyes glued to the back of the father's red jacket. I didn't look at the trees. I didn't look at the markers. I just followed them. And 10 minutes later, we were at the parking lot. It was that simple. It was like the trail couldn't hold me as long as I was with them. He finally broke eye contact, staring down at his own trembling hands. It let me go. I spent the next hour calming him down and filing an incident report, using sanitized, official language like disorientation and panic-induced confusion. But as I wrote the words, I didn't believe them. I believed him. And when he was gone, picked up by a very relieved wife, I stood at the window of my station, staring out into the profound, impenetrable darkness. The friendly forest I had come to love was gone. In its place was an ancient, unknown wilderness, and I was beginning to understand that the marked trails and the Park Service signs were just a thin, fragile veneer over something else entirely, and it knew I was here. Sleep did not come easily that night. Every gust of wind that scraped a branch against the side of my station sounded like scratching fingers. Every shadow that danced in the moonlight beyond my window seemed to take on a malevolent shape. I kept the lights on until dawn, nursing a cup of coffee that had long gone cold, the official incident report sitting on my desk like a monument to my own willful ignorance. Disorientation. Panic-induced confusion. The words were a lie, a flimsy shield I had tried to erect against the chilling truth of Tom's story. It wasn't confusion that had left him trembling in my doorway. It was pure, primal terror, and I have felt its echo. The memory of the music box returned to me, no longer a faint, dismissible anomaly, but a clear and sinister prelude. It had been on the same trail, the Three Falls loop. Had it been a warning? Or an invitation? The thought sent a cold shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning chill. I couldn't rationalize it away anymore. I couldn't pretend to be the confident, city-bred ranger who believed nature could be neatly cataloged and controlled by marked trails and laminated maps. Jedidiah's words echoed in my mind. The mountains decide if they want you to stay. I knew I had to talk to him. By 8 a.m., I was in my truck, bumping down the gravel service road toward Jed's station. The 5 miles had never felt longer. The forest, which had once seemed like a peaceful sanctuary, now felt like a cage. The trees stood like silent, ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets I was now terrified to understand. I felt watched, an intruder whose presence was being noted and judged. I found Jed on his porch, sharpening the blade of an axe with slow, methodical strokes. He looked up as I approached, his gaze sharp and appraising. He knew this wasn't a social call. "You look like you've seen a ghost, Alex," he said, his voice a low rumble. He didn't stop his work. Scrape, scrape, scrape went the whetstone against the steel. Something like that. I managed my voice hoarse. I pulled up a rickety wooden chair and sat opposite him. I didn't know where to begin, so I just told him everything. I recounted Tom's story, word for word, including the detail about the family in the red jacket who had unknowingly led him to safety. I told him how Tom had described the trail as feeling hungry. When I finished, I finally told him about the music box I'd heard a week prior. I expected a chuckle, a knowing smile, perhaps another piece of folksy wisdom about the tricks of the woods. Instead, Jed stopped sharpening the axe. He placed the stone down with deliberate care and looked me straight in the eye. The playful glint was gone, replaced by a deep, somber gravity that made the hairs on my arms stand up. "Three Falls Loop," he said, more a statement than a question. "He's not the first. Won't be the last." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean? This has happened before." Jed nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the distant tree line. "Not always the same way. This place, these mountains, they have spots. Pockets, places where the rules are different. The Cherokee, they knew about them. They had names for them, places they wouldn't go. Said the land there was thin, that you could walk into a memory of the woods, a time that wasn't your own, or worse, that something could walk out of it." He picked up the axe, testing its edge with his thumb. "We put a trail through there 60 years ago. Seemed like a good idea. Pretty waterfalls, easy hike. But the old-timers knew better. There were stories. People getting turned around, losing hours, even days. Coming out with no memory of where they'd been. The Park Service calls it transient geological phenomena, or some other $5 phrase to explain away compasses spinning and GPS failing. But it ain't the geology, son. It's the land itself, and it remembers things. The music box, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Things get left behind, Jed said cryptically. Emotions, tragedies, they leave a stain. Sometimes the woods, they play it back. Like an echo. A little girl went missing on that trail back in the 30s. They found her months later. All she had with her was a little tin music box. I felt sick. The image of a lost child, the tinkling melody echoing through the lonely woods. It was too horrible to contemplate. So what do? I asked, desperate for a procedure, a protocol, anything that would give me a sense of control. Do we close the trail? Jed let out a short, harsh laugh. And say what? Trail closed due to being haunted by hungry temporal loops and ghost echoes. He shook his head. Management would ship us both off to a desk job in a concrete building so fast our heads would spin. No, we don't do anything. We watch. We listen. And we learn the rules. He stood up and walked to the edge of the porch, looking up at the vast expanse of the mountain range. Rule 1G. You don't go on that loop alone. Ever. Rule 2, if you hear something that shouldn't be there, music, voices, anything, you turn around and walk out the way you came. Don't run, just walk. And rule 3, he turned to look at me, his expression grim. If the trail tries to show you something twice, it's already got you. The trail chooses. All you can do is hope it spits you back out. His advice offered no comfort, only a confirmation of the horrifying reality I had stumbled into. I drove back to my station with a heavy heart, the world feeling tilted on its axis. My idyllic escape had become a prison guarded by an ancient, unknowable intelligence. For 2 weeks, things were quiet. I avoided the Three Falls loop, rerouting my patrols and finding excuses to stay close to the station. But the fear was a constant companion, a low hum beneath the surface of my daily routine. Then, on a cold, overcast Friday, the radio on my desk crackled to life. It was a dispatcher from the county sheriff's office. A young woman named Sarah Peterson had been reported missing by her boyfriend. She'd gone for a solo hike yesterday afternoon and never returned. My stomach dropped as the dispatcher gave me the last known details. Her car was in the parking lot at the trailhead. The trailhead for the Three Falls Loop. A search party was being organized, but they were hours away. As the nearest ranger, I was instructed to proceed to the location, secure the vehicle, and perform a preliminary search of the immediate area. It wasn't a request, it was an order. I stood there for a long moment, the dispatcher's voice a meaningless buzz in my ear. Jed's words rang in my head. You don't go on that loop alone. Ever. But a woman was missing. My duty, my conscience, everything I thought I stood for, demanded I go. Maybe Jed was wrong. Maybe Tom was a one-off case. Maybe the music box was just the wind. Putting on my jacket and grabbing my pack, I tried to believe those lies. But as I locked the door to my station and started towards the trail, I had the distinct and terrifying feeling that I was walking into a trap that had been set for me a long time ago. The forest was waiting. And this time, I knew it was hungry. The air at the trailhead of the Three Falls Loop was heavy and still, thick with unspoken warnings. Stepping past the wooden sign felt like crossing a threshold into another world. Every rational part of my brain screamed at me to turn back, to wait for the official search party, to heed Jed's rules. But the image of Sarah Peterson, alone and lost in the encroaching twilight, pushed me forward. My duty was a weight, but also a shield against the fear that threatened to paralyze me. I radioed in my entry time, the crackle of the static a frail, human sound against the profound silence of the woods. I walked with a forced purpose, my senses on high alert. My eyes scanned not just the path ahead, but the dense, unmoving trees on either side. My ears strained to catch any sound beyond my own crunching footsteps and labored breathing. The forest was unnervingly quiet. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, just a deep, listening stillness. It felt like the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for me. I called out Sarah's name every few minutes, my voice sounding thin and pathetic, swallowed instantly by the vast, green emptiness. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, I heard the telltale rush of water. I rounded a familiar bend, and there it was, the first waterfall. It tumbled over a series of moss-covered rocks into a clear, shallow pool. It looked exactly as it always had, peaceful, picturesque. For a fleeting moment, relief washed over me. Maybe this was just a normal search and rescue. Maybe all the stories were just that, stories. Then I saw it. Lying half submerged in the water at the edge of the pool was a single pink glove. I recognized it from the description her boyfriend had given. A specific brand of running gear. My heart sank. She had been here. I waded into the icy water to retrieve it, my mind racing. Had she fallen? Was she injured nearby? I called her name again, louder this time, more desperate. The only answer was the steady, indifferent murmur of the waterfall. I knew I had to keep going. She was on the loop, and she was in trouble. Clipping the wet glove to my pack, I checked my compass. It was holding steady, and pushed onward, deeper into the trail, deeper into the trap. The path was clear, the white blazes on the trees like mocking guideposts. I walked for what I judged to be a solid half hour, moving at a brisk pace. The terrain was familiar, every twist and turn one I had memorized from my previous patrols. I should have been approaching the second waterfall by now. Instead, I heard it. The same rush of water, the same pitch, the same volume. A cold dread, heavy and suffocating, settled in my gut. I told myself it was another fall, that they just sounded similar. But I knew. Before I even broke through the tree line, I knew what I would see. It was the same waterfall, the exact same one. The same pattern of moss on the rocks, the same fallen log at its base that I had noted just a short time ago. And there, at the edge of the pool, was a single, faint footprint in the mud, my own, from when I had retrieved the glove. The trail hadn't looped. It had reset. It had fed me back to this exact spot. Jed's third rule slammed into my mind. If the trail tries to show you something twice, it's already got you. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. I spun around, my training forgotten, my composure shattered. I ran. I sprinted back the way I came, my eyes locked on the white blazes, praying I could break the cycle by sheer force of will. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop until I collapsed, gasping for air, miles away, or so I thought. When I finally dared to look up, my vision swimming, the sound of falling water filled my ears. I hadn't moved more than 100 yards. The waterfall was right there, watching me, waiting. That's when the woods began to play with me. As the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the forest into a deep, purple twilight, the real torment began. I heard the faint, tinkling notes of the music box, the melody weaving through the trees like a ghostly lullaby. Then came the whispers, just at the edge of my hearing, soft, sibilant sounds that I couldn't quite make out, but that felt ancient and full of malice. I saw movement in my peripheral vision, dark shapes flitting between the trees, always gone when I turned to face them. The trail itself seemed to mock me. It was no longer a static path. I would be walking on packed earth, and it would dissolve into thick, grasping mud that sucked at my boots. I'd try to climb a ridge, only to find the incline impossibly steep, my hands slipping on loose rock. But no matter which way I turned, no matter how I tried to fight it, the path would always gently curve, subtly guiding me back. 3 more times I was delivered to the base of that waterfall, each visit draining more of my hope, more of my sanity. On the last return, darkness was nearly absolute. My flashlight beam cut a weak, trembling circle in the oppressive blackness. I was exhausted, dehydrated, and utterly broken. I sat down on a rock, the same way Tom had described, and I wept. The sounds of my sobbing were a pathetic counterpoint to the relentless murmur of the water and the ghostly tune of the music box, which now seemed to be coming from the waterfall itself. And that's when I saw her. My flashlight beam caught a flicker of movement by the pool. It was Sarah Peterson. She was sitting on the fallen log, her back to me, seemingly unharmed. She was wearing the matching pink glove on her right hand.
Sarah!
I cried out, a surge of adrenaline and relief cutting through my despair. She turned her head slowly, and the relief in my chest turned to ice. It was her face, but her eyes were wrong. They were dark, empty voids reflecting no light from my flashlight, and she was smiling a calm, placid smile that did not belong on the face of a lost and terrified hiker. "You came," she said, her voice a soft, melodic whisper that echoed the music box. "I was hoping you would. It's so peaceful here, isn't it?" She stood up and took a step towards me. This wasn't Sarah Peterson anymore. This was a shell, a lure. The thing Jedediah had warned me about, the memory the woods played back, had found a new form. This was the family that led Tom out. This was the echo of the little girl. This was the hungry part of the trail, given a face and a voice. "We've been waiting," she said, her empty eyes fixed on mine. "You can rest now, Alex. You don't have to be scared anymore. Just follow me." She turned and began to walk, not along the path, but directly into the woods toward the deepest dark. Every instinct I had, every folk tale and horror story I'd ever heard, screamed at me. Tom got out by following the hikers. But he wasn't a ranger. He wasn't the one the trail was hunting. For him, they were salvation. For me, she was damnation. I had to break the rule. With a guttural scream, I turned my back on her, on the waterfall, on the path itself. I switched off my flashlight, plunging myself into total darkness. Her voice called my name from behind me, sweet and enticing, then angry and screeching. I ignored it. I ran. I crashed through underbrush, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I ran with no direction, no sense of where I was going, guided only by a desperate, animal instinct to escape the center of the web. I ran until my legs gave out, and I fell, tumbling down a steep, unseen embankment, my head hitting something hard. The world went black. I awoke to the blinding beam of a flashlight in my eyes and the frantic shouts of men. It was the search party. I was lying in a ditch by the side of the main park road, miles from the Three Falls loop trailhead. I was covered in scratches, my uniform torn to shreds, a deep gash on my forehead. Of how I got there, I had no memory. They never found Sarah Peterson. Her car sat in the lot for a week before it was towed away. The official report lists her as missing, presumed victim of an accident or animal attack. I was given a week of medical leave, during which I packed my belongings, wrote my resignation, and never looked back. I live in the city now, surrounded by the comforting, predictable noise of traffic and people. I have a desk job again, but sometimes, in the dead of night, when the city quiets down, I can still hear it. The faint, tinkling melody of a music box. And I know that somewhere, deep in the ancient green heart of the mountains, the trail is still there. And it's waiting. It remembers my name. My name is Elena Rostova, and for the past 6 months, I have served as a volunteer with the Search and Rescue Unit stationed near the sprawling, ancient spine of the Appalachian Mountains. It wasn't a career path I had planned. My previous life was one of concrete and glass, of traffic noise and the perpetual, humming anxiety of a city that never slept. I traded that for a different kind of quiet, the deep, profound silence of old-growth forests. A silence that can be either serene or sinister, depending on the time of day and the state of your mind. Our unit is responsible for a rugged, often treacherous section of the trail. The mountains here are old, their peaks worn down by eons of wind and rain into soft, rolling humps that belie the dangers they hold. They are beautiful, yes, with a wild, untamed beauty that can steal your breath away. In the autumn, the slopes erupt in a riot of crimson and gold. In the summer, they become what hikers call the Green Tunnel, a relentless, humid corridor of foliage. But these mountains have secrets. They are riddled with hidden caves, sudden drop-offs masked by thick undergrowth, and weather systems that can materialize out of a clear blue sky, trapping the unprepared in a world of fog and freezing rain. People get lost. It's a simple fact of life out here. They wander off the trail following a deer. They misjudge the distance of a hike. they slip and injure themselves, or they simply succumb to the disorienting power of the wilderness. That's where we come in. My training was rigorous, covering everything from advanced first aid and technical rope work to wilderness navigation and survival. I learned to read a topographic map like it was my native language, to track footprints in mud and leaf litter, and to differentiate between the call of a bird and the whistle of a lost hiker. I was competent. I was prepared. Or so I believed. My role was often a solitary one. While the more experienced rangers led the active search parties, my job as a newer volunteer was frequently to man the base station. A small, sturdy cabin perched on the edge of the designated park area. It was our nerve center, a hub of maps, communication equipment, and the reassuring smell of strong, black coffee. From there, I coordinated teams, logged reports, and monitored radio traffic, a lonely island of light and logic against the vast, dark wilderness. The night it began was unremarkable. A late September evening, with the air carrying the first crisp promise of the coming autumn. A storm was predicted to roll in after midnight, a common enough occurrence, and I was on watch, ensuring all our active teams were accounted for and safely back at their designated outposts before the weather turned. The main ranger, a grizzled man named Dale, whose face was a roadmap of wrinkles from decades of squinting into the sun, had left for the night, leaving me with the simple task of holding down the fort. The cabin was quiet. The only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator, the rhythmic ticking of an old wall clock, and the soft crackle of the main radio console, which I kept tuned to the primary SAR frequency. I was reviewing incident reports, the mundane paperwork that is the unglamorous backbone of any emergency service. The words blurred together: sprained ankle, mild dehydration, disoriented, found 2 miles south of McAfee Knob. It was routine. It was normal. The normality shattered at precisely 10:53 p.m. It started not as a voice, but as a change in the static. The usual, gentle hiss of the radio, the sound I'd grown so accustomed to it, had become background noise, suddenly intensified. It was a sharp, aggressive crackle, like dry leaves being crushed underfoot, a sound with an unnerving texture. I put down my pen, my attention immediately snagged. I adjusted the squelch, thinking it was just atmospheric interference from the approaching storm. But then the voice came through. It wasn't our dispatcher. It wasn't any of the rangers. It was a woman, and her voice was a thin, brittle ribbon of pure terror. It was a whisper, but a frantic one, laced with a desperation so raw it made the hairs on my arms stand on end. She was speaking rapidly, her words tumbling over one another in a frantic cascade. And the language, it wasn't English. It wasn't Spanish or French or anything I could even begin to place. It was guttural and sibilant, full of clicks and flowing vowels that seemed to catch in her throat. It sounded ancient, primal, a language that belonged to a time before maps, before trails, before the concept of being lost even had a name, because the entire world was wilderness. My hand froze over the transmit button. My training screamed at me to respond, to ask for a location, to identify myself. But my mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible sounds coming through the speaker. It was a voice from nowhere, speaking a language from no time. I strained to understand, to find a single point of reference in the linguistic chaos. And then I heard it, just one word, but it cut through the alien torrent like a shard of glass. The word wasn't in her language. It was in English, but spoken with the same terrified, breathless urgency. The syllables were sharp, distinct, and utterly chilling in their clarity. Underneath. That was it. Just that one word, an island of English in a sea of terrified, incomprehensible babble. The frantic whispering in the unknown tongue resumed for a few more seconds, rising in pitch until it was almost a sob. Then, a click. Not the fading out of a weak signal, not the slow dissolution back into static. A hard, sharp, mechanical click, as if a switch had been flipped or a line had been decisively cut. And then silence. A silence far deeper and more absolute than the quiet that had filled the cabin moments before. For a full minute, I didn't move. I just stared at the radio, my heart hammering against my ribs. The clock on the wall ticked, each second landing like a hammer blow in the sudden stillness. My first rational thought was a prank, some kids with a powerful radio broadcasting a recording. It had to be. My hand, trembling slightly, reached for the microphone. Unidentified station, this is SARE base. Please repeat your transmission. Over. Only the gentle hiss of an empty frequency answered me. I tried again. This is search and rescue base. If you are in distress, please state your location. Over. Nothing. I switched to the main dispatch channel, my voice more strained than I intended. Dale, this is Elena. Are you there? Over. His voice, blessedly normal, came back after a moment. Go for Dale.
Everything all right, kid?
I just had a strange transmission on the SAR frequency. A woman. She sounded terrified. I couldn't understand what she was saying, some other language, but she said one word in English. What was it? Dale asked, a note of wariness in his voice. I swallowed, the word feeling alien and heavy on my tongue. Underneath. There was a pause. I could almost hear him sigh. Elena, the storm's moving in. You're going to get all sorts of atmospheric bleed over. Signals bouncing from 100 miles away. Probably picked up a piece of a foreign language broadcast. Don't worry about it. Just finish up the log and head home before the rain starts. Over. It didn't sound like a broadcast. I insisted, my voice low. It sounded close. And she was scared, Dale. Really scared. They always sound close when the frequency gets weird. He said, his tone final. It's a trick of the airwaves. Log it if you want, but don't lose sleep over it. Dale out. The radio hissed again. I was alone. But the feeling of being alone had changed. Before it was peaceful solitude. Now it was isolation. The woman's voice echoed in my mind, a frantic, looping nightmare. And the word. Underneath. It hung in the air of the small cabin, a cold, heavy presence. Underneath what? The ground. The trail. The cabin itself. I looked down at the wooden floorboards, suddenly aware of the dark, cold earth that lay just a few feet beneath me. The mountains outside no longer seemed merely beautiful or challenging. They felt ancient, watchful, and hungry. And I knew, with a certainty that defied all of Dale's logical explanations, that this was no radio anomaly. This was the beginning of something terrible. Sleep did not come that night. Dale's dismissive words offered no comfort. They only served to deepen the chasm of my isolation. Every time I closed my eyes, the woman's frantic, guttural whispers filled my head, punctuated by that single, stark word underneath. The storm finally broke just after 1 a.m., unleashing a torrential downpour that hammered against the cabin's roof and windows. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful, angry sound that seemed to carry its own chorus of voices. I sat at the desk, the radio now ominously silent, and watched the lightning illuminate the thrashing forest in stark monochromatic flashes. The world outside had become a place of violent chaos, a perfect mirror for the turmoil within me. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and deceptively peaceful. But the dread remained, a cold, hard knot in the pit of my stomach. I dutifully finished the nightly log, my entry about the strange transmission looking sterile and inadequate on the page. I wrote 2253, unidentified transmission on SAR frequency. Female voice, agitated, speaking unknown language. Possible atmospheric interference. Call duration approx. 30 seconds. I didn't include the word. I couldn't bring myself to write it down, as if doing so would give it a power it didn't already possess. The following days were a study in obsession. I couldn't let it go. Dale's explanation about atmospheric bleed over felt flimsy, a convenient patch over a gaping hole in my understanding of reality. The transmission hadn't been distorted or faint. It had been chillingly clear, and the final, sharp click was not the sound of a fading signal. It was the sound of a deliberate disconnection. Our system had an automatic 24-hour audio logger, feigning a routine equipment check. I isolated the recording from that night. I put on a pair of headphones, took a deep breath, and played it. Hearing it again was worse. Stripped of the shock of the moment, I could focus on the details. The language was even stranger than I remembered. It wasn't just the sounds, but the cadence, the rhythm. It felt structured, ancient. I played it over and over, trying to transcribe it phonetically, my pen scratching out clumsy approximations of sounds I had no letters for. The result was a page of meaningless, alien-looking gibberish. I ran the audio through every sound analysis program we had, trying to filter out the static, to isolate the voice, but it yielded nothing. It was just a voice raw and terrified speaking into the void. My search for answers drove me online. I spent hours on linguistic forums, searching for guttural clicking languages, unidentified Appalachian dialects, and other desperate queries. The results were a mix of academic papers on obscure indigenous languages and wild conspiracy theories on Bigfoot forums. Nothing matched. The sense of isolation grew. It felt as if I was the sole witness to an event that had, for all intents and purposes, never happened. The first tangible threat appeared 4 days later, not from the present, but from the past. I was reorganizing the cabin's small archive room, a dusty closet filled with old maps, faded incident reports from decades past, and forgotten operational manuals. Tucked away in a mildewed cardboard box was a collection of logbooks from the 1970s, written by a ranger named Silas Blackwood. His entries were penned in a neat, meticulous script. Most were as mundane as my own, reports of lost hikers and trail maintenance. But one entry, dated October 1978, made me freeze. It described a search for a young woman, a solo hiker who had vanished without a trace near a remote ridge known as Widow's Peak. The official search had been massive but turned up nothing. It was eventually called off, her disappearance attributed to an accident or animal attack. But Blackwood's private log told a different story. He wrote of strange phenomena during the search, compasses spinning wildly, search dogs whining and refusing to enter a certain stretch of woods, and his team members complaining of whispers on the wind. And then I saw the sentence that made my blood run cold. Blackwood had written, "Local legend speaks of the whispering caves in that area, an unmapped system said to run for miles underneath the ridge. The Cherokee who once lived here avoided the place, called it the ground that speaks. I feel we are not looking for her on the mountain, but in it. Underneath, there it was. The same word. A 40-year-old echo of the voice on my radio. I scrambled for a topographic map, my hands trembling as I spread it across the desk. I found Widow's Peak, about 15 miles north of my position. It was a notoriously difficult area, a jagged spine of rock and dense, old-growth forest that most hikers avoided. According to the map, it was solid ground. There were no marked cave systems, no mines, no entrances of any kind. The ground that speaks. The strangeness began to bleed into my own reality. It was subtle at first. A coffee mug on the desk that I was certain I had left on the right side of the keyboard would be on the left. The cabin door, which I always locked, I would find slightly ajar in the morning. I told myself it was stress, lack of sleep. But then came the sounds. The soft scrape of a tree branch against the window would sound, for a fleeting second, like a fingernail dragging across glass. A floorboard would creak in the empty cabin when I was sitting perfectly still. I started to feel watched, a persistent, prickling sensation on the back of my neck, especially at night when the darkness pressed in against the windows. Armed with Silas Blackwood's logbook, I went to see Dale. Found him by the equipment shed, oiling a chainsaw. I laid out the logbook and the map, my voice rushing as I explained the connection. The missing woman from 78, the whispering caves, the word. He listened patiently, his weathered face unreadable. When I was finished, he wiped his oily hands on a rag and looked not at the map but at me. His expression was one of pity. "Elena," he said, his voice softer than I'd ever heard it. Silas Blackwood was a good ranger. But he got spooked. That search broke something in him. He started chasing shadows, listening to old stories that are best left buried. There are no whispering caves. It's a spook story meant to keep kids from getting lost in the woods. But the radio call, "Dale! The word was the same!" It's a coincidence, he said, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of something. Not belief, but a deep-seated wariness, a recognition of the story I was telling. This place, it gets in your head if you let it. You're a city girl. You're not used to the silence, so your brain starts filling it with noise. Go home. Get some real sleep. Forget about this. He was shutting me down again, but this time it was different. It wasn't just dismissal, it was a warning. He knew the stories. He knew about Silas Blackwood, and he was telling me to walk away. I walked back to my car, my mind a whirlwind of fear and frustration. Dale was wrong. I knew he was wrong. This wasn't a coincidence, and I wasn't imagining things. The voice on the radio was real. Silas Blackwood's fears were real. The ground that speaks. Standing there, with the immense, silent bulk of the mountains looming over me, I made a decision. If no one else would listen, if no one else would look, then I would. I was a search and rescue volunteer. Someone was lost, and I was going to find them. The next morning, I would call in sick. I would pack my gear, take the map, and drive to Widow's Peak. I was going to find out what was underneath. The drive to Widow's Peak was a journey into a different world. The further I got from the familiar territory of the main park, the wilder and more untamed the landscape became. The paved road gave way to gravel, then to a deeply rutted dirt track that threatened to swallow my small car. I left it parked in a barely, their clearing. The silence that enveloped me as I killed the engine was absolute and heavy, like a physical weight. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. There was no birdsong, no chatter of squirrels. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I shouldered my pack, filled with climbing rope, a powerful headlamp, emergency rations, and my SAR-issued radio, and started the hike. The trail to Widow's Peak wasn't on any official park map. I followed the faint indentation in the earth that Silas Blackwood had described in his log, a path long since reclaimed by nature. The forest was dark, the canopy of ancient hemlocks and oaks so dense that it blotted out most of the morning sun, casting the world in a perpetual twilight. The trees here were different, twisted, gnarled things that seemed to lean in towards the path as I walked, their branches like skeletal fingers. An hour into the hike, my compass began to act erratically. The needle, which should have been pointing steadily north, swung back and forth in a frantic, useless dance. I put it away, my heart thudding with a mixture of fear and validation. Blackwood had seen this too. I wasn't crazy. I was walking into the heart of something real. I relied on the map and the terrain itself, my eyes scanning for the landmarks Blackwood had noted. By midday, I reached the ridge of Widow's Peak. It was a desolate, wind-swept place, a spine of exposed gray rock flanked by stunted, hardy trees. The view was immense, stretching for miles across the rolling, green ocean of the Appalachians. But there was no beauty in it for me. The place felt fundamentally wrong. The silence here was different from the silence in the forest below. It was a waiting silence, an expectant one. I began my search, walking the length of the ridge, my gaze fixed on the ground. I wasn't looking for a gaping cave mouth. Blackwood's notes and the Cherokee legend of the ground that speaks suggested something more subtle. I was listening. After nearly an hour of fruitless searching, I found it. It was a hollow. A slight depression in the earth, no larger than a grave, surrounded by a cluster of unnaturally dark ferns. As I stood over it, I could feel a faint vibration through the soles of my boots. I knelt down, pressing my ear to the damp soil, and I heard it. It wasn't a voice. It was a low, resonant hum, a sound so deep it was more a feeling than an audible noise. It was the sound of the earth itself breathing. Then, carried on that hum, I heard the whispers. Faint, ethereal, and speaking in that same frantic, clicking language from the radio. They seemed to come from directly beneath me. My hands, though shaking, worked with practiced efficiency. I pulled on my gloves and began to tear at the ferns and the loose soil. The ground gave way easily, unnervingly so. Beneath a thin layer of earth and roots was not bedrock, but a flat, dark stone, perfectly smooth and cool to the touch. It wasn't natural. It was a capstone, a lid. It took all my strength, using a small pry bar from my pack, to shift it. As I slid it aside, a blast of cold, stale air rushed out, carrying a smell of damp stone, rot, and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet like old blood. The opening was a tight, vertical shaft, just wide enough for me to squeeze through. It plunged into perfect, absolute blackness. My headlamp beam cut into the dark, but seemed to be swallowed by it, illuminating only a few feet of rough, hewn rock walls that descended into the abyss. This was not a natural cave. This was a constructed place. There was no turning back. I anchored my rope to the base of a thick, sturdy tree, checked the knots 3 times, and began my rappel into the earth. The descent was terrifying. The shaft was narrow, my pack scraping against the walls. The air grew colder with every foot I dropped, and the whispers grew louder, swirling around me in the darkness, a chorus of terror. My feet touched solid ground at a depth of about 60 feet. I was in a small, circular chamber. The walls were smooth, almost polished, and covered in carvings. They weren't letters or pictures, but complex, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of my vision. From this chamber, a single, low tunnel led away into the darkness. The whispers and the low hum were coming from that direction. I unhooked from the rope, drew a shaky breath, and entered the tunnel. I had to crouch to move forward, my headlamp beam cutting a lonely path ahead. The tunnel twisted and turned, sloping ever downward. The whispers were constant now, a maddening symphony of clicks and guttural pleas. I could hear the voice of the woman from the radio among them, but also others, men, children, all speaking the same impossible language. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. The scale of it was staggering, far larger than any natural cave I had ever seen. My headlamp beam was lost in the oppressive darkness, and in the center of the cavern, I saw the source of the hum. It was a massive, crystalline structure pulsating with a soft internal, sickly green light. It was from this crystal that the whispers emanated, a psychic broadcast of pure fear. Scattered around the base of the crystal were the remnants of its victims. Skeletons, some recent, some so old they were crumbling into dust. And there, lying near the pulsating stone, was the body of a woman in the tattered remains of 1970s hiking gear. Silas Blackwood's lost hiker. In her skeletal hand, she clutched a small, metallic object, a device that looked like a grotesque fusion of a radio microphone and organic matter. It was still active, drawing power from the crystal and from the last, fading echoes of her terror. This wasn't a rescue, it was a harvest. The thing underneath didn't hunt, it lured. It broadcast the final, terrified moments of its victims, twisting their fear into a call that other sensitive minds, like mine, like Blackwood's, could hear. A psychic bait. A new voice suddenly cut through the chorus, sharp and clear in my mind. It was not a whisper. It was a thought directly inserted into my consciousness. It was ancient, intelligent, and utterly malevolent. It spoke in perfect English. You have come. The hum intensified, the green light flared, and a wave of pure, paralyzing terror washed over me, so potent it buckled my knees. This was what it fed on. This was its sustenance. My own fear was now on the menu. We are hungry, the voice in my head stated, a simple, terrible fact. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I scrambled backward, turning my back on the pulsating light in the field of bones. I fled back into the tunnel, the malevolent thought, voice laughing in my mind. The whispers followed me, no longer just pleading, but mocking, hungry. I reached the shaft and grabbed the rope, my hands raw and clumsy. As I began the frantic ascent, I looked down one last time. The green light from the cavern was spilling into the chamber below, and in that light, I saw shadows detaching from the walls, things with too many joints and a skittering insect, like Grace, beginning to swarm up the shaft after me. I pulled myself out into the twilight of Widow's Peak, gasping, sobbing, not daring to look back. I didn't wait to retrieve my rope. I slid the capstone back into place as best I could and ran. I ran blindly through the darkening woods, thorns and branches tearing at my clothes and skin. The laughing voice pursued me for miles, finally fading as I stumbled, bleeding and broken, back to my car. I never filed a report. Who would believe me? They would have locked me away, another casualty of the mountains, another mind broken by the silence. Like Silas Blackwood, like Dale in his own way, had tried to be for me, a guardian at the gate, turning people away from a truth too terrible to bear. I left the search and rescue unit. I left the mountains. I moved back to the city, seeking the anonymity of crowds and the comfort of electric lights that hold the darkness at bay. But there is no real escape. Sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet, I can still feel that low hum vibrating deep in the earth beneath the concrete. And sometimes in the static between radio stations, I can still hear the whispers. They know my name now. They are calling for me. And I know, with a dread that has become a permanent part of my soul, that sooner or later, they will lure someone else to that ridge. Someone who will hear a desperate call for help and go looking for what lies underneath. My name is Dale Henderson, and for the past 8 years, I've been a park ranger with the United States Forest Service. It's a job that sounds more exciting on paper than it often is in reality. Most of my days are spent clearing trails, checking on campsite permits, and telling tourists not to feed the bears. I've worked in national parks from the sun-scorched plains of the west to the humid wetlands of the south. I thought I had seen everything nature had to offer. Then, 3 months ago, I was transferred to the sector covering the Great Smoky Mountains, a sprawling, ancient stretch of the Appalachian Trail, and I learned how wrong I was. There's a different kind of silence here. It's not the peaceful quiet of other forests. It's a heavy, watchful silence. The mountains are old, impossibly old, and you feel it in your bones. They carry a weight that presses down on you the deeper you go into the woods. The locals, people whose families have lived in the shadow of these peaks for generations, have their stories. They talk about them in hushed tones over beers in the dimly lit taverns in the small towns that dot the park's edge. They speak of strange lights in the sky, of whispers on the wind that sound like your name, of places in the deep woods where the animals don't go and the birds don't sing. As a man of science and procedure, I dismissed it all as folklore, the charming but ultimately harmless superstitions of an isolated community. My duties here were standard. I was assigned a specific network of trails to patrol and maintain. The work was solitary, which I usually prefer. It gives a man time to think. But out here, too much thinking can be a dangerous thing. Your mind starts to play tricks on you. You'll catch a flicker of movement at the edge of your vision and turn to see nothing but the sway of a fern. You'll hear the snap of a twig and hold your breath, listening for the footfalls of a deer or a black bear, only to be met with that crushing, absolute silence. More than once, I had the distinct, unnerving sensation of being watched, a prickly feeling on the back of my neck that would send a shiver down my spine. I'd scan the dense tree line, seeing only a cathedral of green and shadow, and tell myself it was just the isolation getting to me. The call came on a Tuesday afternoon. It was my supervisor, Mark, his voice tinny over the radio. A storm had rolled through the night before, and a hiker had reported a large tree down, completely blocking a section of the Blood Mountain Spur Trail. It needed to be cleared immediately. It's a big one, Dale, Mark had said. A white birch. Must be 100 years old. Take the heavy axe and the chainsaw. I gathered my gear. The familiar weight of the tools a small comfort against the unease that had started to settle in my gut. The Blood Mountain Spur was a remote trail, not heavily trafficked. The hike out took nearly 2 hours, a steady climb into the heart of the range. The further I went, the more the forest seemed to change. The air grew still and cool, and that oppressive silence I'd become familiar with intensified. The usual chatter of squirrels and the drone of insects faded away until the only sounds were my own breathing and the crunch of my boots on the damp earth. I found the tree exactly where the hiker had reported it. It was a massive birch, its pale, almost bone, white bark standing in stark contrast to the dark greens and browns of the surrounding forest. It had fallen directly across the narrow path, its immense trunk forming an impassable barrier. It wasn't splintered at the base as if blown over by wind. It looked placed. I set my pack down and took a long drink from my canteen, surveying the task ahead. The chainsaw would make quick work of it, but protocol dictated I use the axe first to clear away smaller branches and test the integrity of the wood. I unstrapped the heavy felling axe from my pack its polished steel head gleaming in the dappled sunlight. I approached the trunk, my boots sinking slightly into the soft ground. I ran a hand over the bark. It was strangely smooth, almost slick, like polished stone. I chose a spot near the middle of the trunk, planted my feet firmly, and took my first swing. I expected the familiar, satisfying thwack of steel biting into wood, the crisp splintering sound, the scent of fresh birch. I got none of it. The axe hit the trunk with a sickening, wet thud. It was a sound I had never heard come from a tree, a dull, fleshy impact that vibrated up the hickory handle and into my arms. I pulled the axe back, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. There, in the gash I had created, the wood wasn't splintering. It was tearing. And from that tear, a thick, dark red liquid began to ooze. I stared, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. It wasn't sap. Sap is watery, clear or milky, and smells sweet or penny. This was viscous, almost like syrup, and the color was the deep, unmistakable crimson of blood. As it trickled down the pale bark, the air filled with a smell that confirmed my rising horror of the coppery, metallic tang of a fresh wound. Of an animal. Of a person. I took a stumbling step back, my knuckles white on the handle of the axe. My scientific, rational mind was screaming for an explanation. A rare fungus. A chemical deposit in the soil absorbed by the roots. Some bizarre natural phenomenon I had never encountered. But my instincts, the primal part of my brain that has kept humans alive for millennia, knew what this was. It was wrong. Fundamentally, existentially wrong. As I stood there, frozen in a state of horrified disbelief, a new sensation reached me. It wasn't just a sight or a smell. It was a sound. It was faint at first, so low it was more of a vibration than a noise. I could feel it through the soles of my boots, a deep thrumming coming from within the massive trunk. I leaned closer, straining my ears, my breath held tight in my chest. The sound grew, resolving itself into a low, guttural, and unmistakable moan. It was a sound of deep, unending agony, a resonant groan of suffering that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the wood. I dropped the axe. It fell to the forest floor with a soft thud, its blade stained with the tree's dark blood. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat. I just backed away, my eyes locked on the weeping gash in the white bark, the terrible, mournful sound washing over me. I turned and left everything. The axe, the chainsaw, my pack. I left the tree where it lay, bleeding its life onto the forest floor, and I ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, not stopping until the terrible moaning was finally lost to the wind. The drive back from the crooked lantern was shrouded in a pre-dawn mist that clung to the hollows like a ghost. Silas's words echoed in my head, a chilling counterpoint to the rational, scientific part of my brain that was desperately trying to find a logical explanation. Blood birches. Hungry wood. It woke up. Now it knows you're there. By the time I pulled into the ranger station parking lot, the sun was just a pale, watery smear on the horizon. I hadn't slept, and I felt a deep, soul-wearying exhaustion that had nothing to do with a lack of rest. Jeb Coulson was already there, leaning against the fender of his truck. He was exactly as I'd pictured him, tall and wary, with a face that looked like it had been carved from weathered oak. His eyes, set deep beneath a permanent frown, seemed to miss nothing. He didn't greet me, just gave a curt nod as I got out of my truck. His gaze flickered over me, and I had the unnerving feeling that he could see right through my flimsy lie about the bear, right into the heart of my terror. Ready, was all he said, his voice a low gravelly sound, like stones grinding together. I nodded, unable to form a coherent sentence. We drove in his truck, the silence between us as thick and heavy as the forest itself. I wanted to tell him everything. About the blood, the moan, what Silas had said, but the words wouldn't come. How could I? He was a legend, a consummate professional. I was the new guy who had panicked and run. The hike back to the Blood Mountain Spur was a surreal experience. The forest felt different today. It wasn't just silent, it was holding its breath. The air was unnaturally still, and a strange coldness radiated from the deep woods, a damp chill that seeped into my bones despite the morning humidity. Jeb moved through it with a quiet, unnerving confidence, his eyes constantly scanning, not like a ranger looking for trail damage, but like a hunter moving through enemy territory. "You don't hear him, do you?" Jeb said suddenly, his voice making me jump. "Hear what?" I asked. "The birds. The squirrels," he said, never breaking his stride. "They know when to be quiet." His words hung in the air, freighted with an unspoken meaning that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. He knew. Just like Silas said, he knew. After what felt like an eternity, we reached the spot. My abandoned gear lay scattered on the ground exactly as I had left it. And there was the tree. The massive bone-white birch still lay across the path, a pale corpse in the green gloom of the forest. The gash from my axe was still there, a dark, jagged wound in the bark. The blood was gone, but the ground beneath the wound was stained a deep, unnatural black, as if something had burned the life out of the very soil. I retrieved my pack and the chainsaw, my hands trembling as I worked. My axe was still lying near the trunk. As I bent to pick it up, I noticed the blade wasn't just stained, it was corroded, the polished steel pitted, and rusted as if it had been left in the rain for a decade. "Get your things, Dale. We're leaving," Jeb said, his voice low and urgent. As my fingers closed around the axe handle, it happened. The sound started again. It wasn't the low, agonizing moan from yesterday. This was different. It was a whisper. A soft, insidious whisper that seemed to come from all around me, yet I knew its source was the tree. It was a sound that slid past my ears and wormed its way directly into my skull, and it was whispering my name. Dale. It was a sound of immense sorrow, of heartbreaking loneliness. It was the sound of a lost child, of someone in desperate need of help. Healed me. So cold. My rational mind screamed at me that it was impossible, but the sound was so full of pathos, so convincing, that I felt an overwhelming urge to help. My eyes were fixed on the gash. It seemed to pulse, to widen, beckoning me closer. I took a step, then another, the world narrowing to that dark wound and the pleading whisper. A hand like an iron vise clamped down on my shoulder, jerking me back so hard I stumbled and fell. It was Jeb. His face was a mask of grim fury. "Don't you listen to it," he hissed. "It's a liar. It's always been a liar." As if enraged by his words, the whispering stopped, replaced by a low, furious growl that vibrated through the ground. The branches of the fallen birch began to scrape against each other, a dry, rasping sound like bones rattling. They twitched and flexed, reaching, stretching towards me like the gnarled fingers of a skeleton. "Get behind me." "Now," Jeb commanded. He shrugged off his own pack and pulled out something I never would have expected. It wasn't a tool or a weapon. It was a small canvas pouch in a mason jar filled with rock salt. With a swift, practiced motion, he walked to the base of the tree, uncapped the jar, and began pouring a thick, unbroken line of salt along the ground, separating us from the trunk. Then he walked to the wound I had made. He reached into the pouch and pulled out a long hand, forged iron spike, black and heavy. He looked at the gash, his expression unreadable. "You don't get this one," he muttered, more to the tree than to me. "Not this time." Then, with a single, powerful motion, he drove the iron spike deep into the bleeding heart of the gash. The sound that erupted from the tree was not of this world. It was a high, pitched, deafening shriek of pure, unadulterated agony and rage that tore through the forest. The entire trunk convulsed, the branches thrashing wildly, lashing at the air. A fall, black ichor, thick and steaming, erupted from around the iron spike, sizzling as it hit the ground. "Rah!" Jeb yelled, and we didn't need a second invitation. We ran, not looking back, the unholy shriek of the tree chasing us through the silent woods. We didn't stop until we reached the truck. Jeb threw the gear in the back, and we peeled out, leaving a cloud of gravel and dust behind us. Back at the station, Mark was waiting, his face a mixture of relief and annoyance. "What the hell happened out there? I sent 2 of my best men to clear one tree." Jeb, breathing heavily, leaned against his truck. He looked at Mark, his face pale but resolute. "Ground's unstable up there," he said, his voice regaining its steady, gravelly tone. "Some kind of geological sinkhole under that root system. It's making the whole area unsafe." We heard cracking, groaning sounds from the rock. The trail needs to be closed indefinitely. Mark looked from Jeb's stony face to my own, which I'm sure was a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. He opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. He saw something in our eyes, a shared experience that went beyond fallen trees and unstable ground. He just nodded slowly. Okay, Jeb, I'll make the call. I never went back to that part of the trail. They officially closed it, citing geological instability. But I know the truth. The blood birch is still there, pinned to the earth by a spike of old iron, its ancient hunger held at bay. But sometimes, on nights when the wind blows down from the mountains, I think I can hear a faint, sorrowful whisper on the breeze. It knows my name, and it's waiting. My name is Leo Carter. Today, I wear the uniform of a park ranger, and my patrol route cuts through the very heart of the Appalachian Mountains. People see the badge, the sturdy boots, and the calm demeanor, and they assume I took this job out of a deep, abiding love for nature. That's only half the truth. The other half, the more honest half, is that I'm here searching for answers. I'm here because of what happened when I was 17, on a night that began with laughter and ended with a silence so profound it has echoed through my life ever since. It was October, the time of year when the Appalachians trade their lush green summer coat for a fiery tapestry of crimson and gold. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp soil. My friends and I, Sam, Chloe, and Mike, had decided to go on one last camping trip before the bite of winter made the trails impassable. We were young, filled with that reckless confidence that only teenagers possess, convinced of our own immortality. We chose a spot deep in the woods, far from any designated campsite, wanting the illusion of being the only people on Earth. We pitched our tents in a small, natural clearing, surrounded by a dense wall of ancient oaks and towering pines. As dusk bled across the sky, painting the clouds in shades of purple and orange, Mike got a roaring campfire going. The flames danced and crackled, a beacon of warmth and light in the encroaching darkness. We roasted hot dogs on sharpened sticks and broke out the marshmallows for s'mores, the conversation flowing easily. We talked about school, about the futures we were all so certain of, about the trivial dramas that felt so monumental at that age. It was perfect, a perfect, ordinary night. As the fire burned down to a glowing bed of embers, Chloe suggested we tell ghost stories. It was a cliché, of course, but one we embraced with enthusiasm. Mike went first, telling a well-worn local legend about the ghost of a Civil War soldier who still roamed the mountains, searching for his lost company. It was a good story, filled with phantom cannon fire and mournful cries on the wind, but it was just that, a story. Then Sam, ever the showman, told a gruesome tale he'd read online about a creature that mimicked the voice of a loved one to lure you into the woods. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, his face cast in eerie shadows by the firelight. We all leaned in, captivated, hanging on every word. I remember laughing when he jumped at the end for a cheap scare, the sound echoing unnaturally in the quiet of the woods. That was when I first felt it. A prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the kind of feeling that tells you you're being watched. I dismissed it at first. It was dark, we were telling ghost stories. It was only natural to feel a little paranoid. I shifted on the log I was sitting on, trying to focus on Chloe as she began her story, something about a haunted asylum. But the feeling persisted. It grew from a faint prickle into a heavy, undeniable pressure. It felt like a pair of eyes were boring into me from the impenetrable blackness just beyond the reach of our fire. The woods, which had felt so serene and welcoming just an hour before, now seemed menacing, secretive. The trees were no longer just trees, they were tall, silent figures standing witness. The spaces between them were pools of infinite, waiting darkness. I tried to listen to Chloe, but her voice seemed to be coming from a great distance. My own senses were on high alert. I could hear the scuttling of some small creature in the underbrush, the gentle sigh of the wind through the treetops, the frantic beating of my own heart. I slowly, deliberately, scanned the perimeter of our campsite, my eyes tracing the edge of the firelight. Nothing. Just the tangled silhouettes of branches and the deep, velvet blackness of the night. My friends were oblivious, lost in Chloe's tale. I didn't want to be the guy who got spooked and ruined the mood. It's nothing, I told myself. Your imagination is running wild. I turned my attention back to the fire, hoping its warmth could chase away the chill that had settled deep in my bones. I stared into the hypnotic, shifting embers for a long moment. Then, compelled by an instinct I couldn't name, I lifted my head and looked directly out into the woods again, into the specific patch of darkness where the feeling of being watched was most intense. And that's when I saw it. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't a product of my overactive imagination. It was there. Hanging in the void, maybe 20 yards away, was a smile. That's the only way I can describe it. There was no face wrapped around it, no glint of eyes, no nose, no hint of a physical body. It was just a smile suspended in the dark. It was wide, impossibly wide, filled with teeth that were too long, too numerous, and too sharp, like a row of polished daggers. They caught the faint, flickering light from our fire, seeming to gleam with a faint, wet luminescence. The grin was stretched in a caricature of amusement, a silent, predatory crescent of white against the black. The most disturbing part was its height. It was hanging in the air at least 7 feet off the ground, far too high for any man. It didn't move. It didn't waver. It just floated there, a malevolent punctuation mark in the deep woods. Time seemed to stop. The sounds of the forest, Chloe's voice, the crackling fire, it all faded away into a dull, distant roar. My entire universe shrank to encompass only me and that horrific, disembodied grin. I felt a cold, paralyzing terror seize me, rooting me to the spot. I wanted to scream, to shout, to warn the others, but my throat had closed up. My lungs burned for air I couldn't draw. My limbs were leaden, refusing to obey the frantic commands of my brain. It watched us. I say eat, but there were no eyes. Yet, I felt its gaze as surely as I felt the log beneath me. The smile held a terrifying intelligence, an ancient and unspeakable amusement. It felt like a predator observing a group of unsuspecting animals, deciding which one to take. We were its entertainment. Our laughter, our stories, our feeble attempts at bravery in the face of a darkness we couldn't possibly comprehend. It was all a show for this thing. I don't know how long it lasted. It could have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Then, as slowly and deliberately as it had appeared, it began to fade. The teeth lost their gleam, the brilliant white softening to a dull gray before dissolving entirely, melting back into the blackness that had birthed it. One moment it was there, and the next, there was nothing but the night. The world rushed back in. I gasped a huge, shuddering breath that sounded like a sob. "Leo, you okay, man?" Mike's voice cut through the haze. All 3 of them were looking at me. Chloe had stopped her story, concern on her face. "You're white as a sheet," Sam added, leaning forward. I tried to speak, but only a choked sound came out. I raised a trembling hand, pointing a finger toward the spot in the woods where the smile had been. Did you see that?" I finally managed, my voice a raw whisper. "See what?" Chloe asked, peering into the darkness. "There's nothing there." "The smile," I said, my voice gaining a frantic edge. "In the trees. It was right there. A huge smile with all these teeth." They exchanged glances. I could see the disbelief, mixed with a little pity. Sam chuckled nervously. "Dude, I think my story got to you a little too much. There's nothing out there but squirrels and bears." "No," I insisted, shaking my head, my whole body trembling now. This was real. It was 7 feet tall, just floating there. It was looking at us. Mike stood up and walked to the edge of the light, shining his phone's flashlight into the woods. The thin beam cut a weak path, revealing nothing but tree trunks and a carpet of dead leaves. "See, nothing, Leo. You're just spooked. Come on, sit down." They didn't believe me. To them, it was a joke, a momentary lapse, my mind playing tricks on me after too many ghost stories. But I knew what I saw. The image was burned into my mind, a permanent afterimage seared onto the backs of my eyelids. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the dying fire, armed with a heavy branch, my eyes fixed on the spot where the smile had been, waiting for it to return. It never did. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than the cold night air, that it was still out there, watching and smiling. The sun rose the next morning, but it brought no warmth, no comfort. The light that filtered through the canopy was pale and gray, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. I hadn't slept, not for a single minute. I'd spent the entire night feeding small twigs into the dying embers of the fire, nursing it back to life again and again, my back pressed against a cold, unyielding log. The heavy branch I'd armed myself with lay across my lap, a pathetic defense against something that had no body to strike. My friends emerged from their tents one by one, stretching and yawning, their faces etched with the grogginess of sleep. They tried to be normal. Mike clapped me on the shoulder a little too heartily and offered me the last of the instant coffee. Chloe avoided my eyes, busying herself with packing her sleeping bag. Sam was the only one who addressed the elephant in the clearing. So, feeling better today, Leo? He asked, a forced casualness in his tone. No more floating dental work in the trees. I just stared at him, my eyes gritty from exhaustion and fear. It was real Sam. He sighed, shaking his head as he started to take down his tent. Okay, man. It was real. The condescension was palpable. To them, I hadn't seen a monster, I had simply lost my nerve. I had failed some unspoken test of teenage masculinity, and the easy camaraderie we'd shared was now strained and awkward. The silence that fell between us wasn't peaceful. It was heavy with unspoken words, with my fear and their disbelief. Packing up camp was a torturous affair. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves just out of sight, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept my head on a swivel, my gaze constantly sweeping the dark spaces between the trees, half expecting to see that ghastly grin reappear. The woods no longer felt like a place of adventure, they felt like a cage, and I was acutely aware that we were not the apex predators here. The hike back to the car was the longest 3 miles of my life. I insisted on taking the rear, a position my friends gratefully conceded, likely thinking I was just being moody. The truth was, I couldn't bear the thought of something following us, of not being able to see what was behind me. My hand kept straying to the hunting knife on my belt, its weight a small, cold comfort. About a mile from the car, I saw something that made me freeze. High on the trunk of a massive poplar tree, at least 8 or 9 feet off the ground, were a series of deep, vertical gouges in the bark. They weren't the random scratches of a black bear sharpening its claws. These were deliberate, almost parallel, as if something with impossibly long fingers had raked them down the trunk. Guys, wait up! Look at this. I called out, my voice hoarse. They trudged back, their annoyance barely veiled. Mike glanced at the marks. Probably a buck rubbing its antlers, he said dismissively. Come on, I want to get home in time for the game. No deer can reach that high, Mike. I argued, my voice rising. And these aren't rubs, they're scratches. Deep ones. Chloe ran a hand over the marks. She looked unsettled for a moment, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. It is weird, she admitted. But then Sam laughed, breaking the tension. Maybe it was Bigfoot Leo, or a really, really tall woodpecker. Let's go. They started walking again, leaving me standing there, staring at the tree. They didn't want to see. It was easier to believe I was crazy than to confront the possibility that something was fundamentally wrong with the world. They thought. They knew. In that moment, I felt an intense, crushing loneliness that was somehow worse than the fear. I took a quick photo of the scratches with my phone, the click of the shutter sounding deafeningly loud, before hurrying to catch up. The relief of reaching the car was short-lived. The drive home was quiet. The usual post-trip playlist went unplayed. The easy banner was replaced by a tense silence. We were 4 people who had gone into the woods as the best of friends and had come out as near strangers, separated by the gulf of what I had seen and what they refused to. That night, back in the supposed safety of my suburban bedroom, the terror returned with a vengeance. Every shadow in my room seemed to coalesce into a familiar shape. I saw the grin in the pattern of the curtains, in the dark space between my closet door and the frame. I lay in bed, rigid, staring at the ceiling until dawn, listening to the house settle, flinching at every creak and groan. The image of those teeth was burned into my mind. I understood then that the thing from the woods didn't have to be physically present to haunt me. It had planted a seed of fear in my mind, and it was growing roots. The days that followed were a waking nightmare. I stopped hanging out with Mike, Sam, and Chloe. The few times we did, the conversation was stilted, always circling the unspoken topic of that night. They looked at me with pity, and I looked at them with a frustration that bordered on anger. How could they not believe me? How could they be so blind? My grades plummeted. I couldn't focus in class. My waking hours were spent in a state of hyper-vigilance, and my nights were sleepless. I began my research, fueled by a desperate need for validation, for proof that I wasn't losing my mind. I spent hours in the library and on obscure internet forums, diving into the deep, dark folklore of the Appalachian Mountains. I read about the Wampus Cat, the Spurfinger, the Raven Mocker. I read tales of creatures that existed in the periphery, things seen from the corner of the eye, things that left behind nothing but terror and questions. I found stories from other hikers scattered across decades that shared an eerie familiarity. A hunter in the 1970s who spoke of a laughing devil in the trees. A couple in the early 90s who abandoned their campsite after seeing 2 rows of smiling stars in the darkness. None of them described it exactly as I had seen it, but the themes were there: an unnatural height, a disembodied presence, and a feeling of pure, intelligent malevolence. Most chillingly, I mapped out missing persons cases along the trail. There were so many. Experienced hiker, vanished without a trace. Last seen near. I cross-referenced the locations with the folklore I was reading. A pattern began to emerge, a terrifying overlap between the places people disappeared and the places where the legends were strongest. My spot, our campsite, was right in the center of one such cluster. One late night, scrolling through a forum dedicated to unexplained wilderness encounters, I found a post from an old-timer, a man who claimed his grandfather had been a logger in the mountains back in the 1930s. He told a story his grandfather had passed down, a warning to never smile back at the woods. He wrote that there was something out there that was drawn to happiness, to laughter. It saw it as a challenge, an invitation. It would watch you, and if it found you amusing, it would show you its own smile. It was a claiming, a marking. The post ended with a simple, terrifying sentence. Once the grinning man has seen you, he never forgets. My blood ran cold. The grinning man. It wasn't just a monster. It had a name, and it had seen me. Finding a name for my terror didn't bring relief. It solidified it. The grinning man. The words echoed in the silent spaces of my mind. It wasn't random. It wasn't a hallucination. It was a known entity, predator with a legend carved from the fear of generations. The forum post had said it was a claiming, a marking. The idea clung to me like a shroud. I was no longer just a teenager who had seen something scary. I was a piece of property, marked and remembered by something ancient and utterly inhuman. My life spiraled. Sleep became a foreign concept, a luxury I could no longer afford. When I did drift off from sheer exhaustion, my dreams were a chaotic slideshow of teeth. Gleaming white, predatory teeth filling my vision, chattering silently in the darkness behind my eyes. I'd wake up gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs, the sheets soaked in cold sweat. The line between the waking world and the nightmare realm began to blur. The haunting escalated. It was no longer confined to the shadows of my bedroom. I started seeing it everywhere. A fleeting reflection in a darkened storefront window. As I walked home from school, a wide grin superimposed over my own startled face for just a second. The crescent moon on a clear night would seem to sharpen, to fill with imagined teeth. I once dropped an entire tray in the school cafeteria because, for a split second, the smiling face on a carton of milk warped into that familiar, horrifying visage. I was unraveling, and everyone could see it. My parents tried to talk to me, their faces a mixture of love and deep concern. They suggested therapists, doctors. couldn't blame them. How could I possibly explain? Mom, Dad, I'm being haunted by a disembodied, 7-foot tall smile from Appalachian folklore. I would be in a padded room before I finished the sentence. So I said nothing, retreating further into the prison of my own mind. My friends had long since given up on me. I was the weird kid, the one who jumped at shadows, the one who always looked over his shoulder. I was alone with my monster. The sound started about a month after the camping trip. It began as a faint, high-pitched ringing in my ears, a sound I could almost ignore. But it grew day by day, resolving into a low, guttural vibration, like a deep, continuous chuckle happening just at the edge of my hearing. No one else could hear it. I'd be sitting in a silent classroom, my hands clapped over my ears, trying to block out the phantom laughter, earning me strange looks from my classmates, and a detention slip from the teacher. The breaking point came on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I was home alone, staring out my window at the sheets of water blurring the world outside. The low chuckle was a constant companion now, a bass note under the rhythm of the rain. I turned from the window, and my eyes fell on the reflection in the dark screen of my television. He was there, not just the smile this time. Behind me, standing in the middle of my room, was the faint, shimmering outline of a man. He was impossibly tall and thin, his limbs too long, his proportions all wrong, like a stick figure drawn by a madman. He had no features, no clothes, no face, except for the grin. It was brighter than ever, a slash of brilliant, terrible light in the gloom of the room. It wasn't floating anymore. It was attached to this shape, and the shape was taking a slow, deliberate step towards me. I screamed. It wasn't a word, it was a raw, animal sound of pure terror ripped from the depths of my soul. I scrambled backward, tripping over my own feet, and fell in a heap against the wall. I never took my eyes off the television screen. The figure took another step, its form becoming clearer, more solid. The silent, guttural chuckle in my ears intensified, vibrating through my skull until I thought my teeth would shatter. My hand fumbled for something, anything, to throw. My fingers closed around a heavy glass paperweight on my desk. Without thinking, I hurled it at the television. The screen exploded in a shower of sparks and shattered glass, and the figure was gone. I sat there for a long time, shaking, surrounded by the smell of ozone and the tinkling sound of glass settling. The low laughter had stopped. For the first time in weeks, there was silence in my head. A beautiful, profound silence, but I knew it was only a temporary reprieve. It had been in my room. It had crossed a line, violated the last sanctuary I had. It wasn't content to just watch me from the woods anymore, it fed on joy. I had one choice. I had to starve it. It was coming for me. In that moment, something inside me shifted. The fear was still there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but something else was born from the ashes of my terror resolve. Cold, hard, and sharp as a shard of broken glass. I could not run from this. I could not hide. To do so would be to live as a ghost in my own life until the day it decided to finish things. The post had said it was drawn to laughter, to happiness. That night, I didn't try to sleep. I went online and I started my new research. I was no longer just looking for folklore. I was studying strategy. I downloaded topographical maps of the national park. I started reading books on tracking, on survival, on animal behavior. I read about forestry and botany. If the woods were its home, its kingdom, then I would learn the woods. I would know its paths, its secrets, its rhythms. I would turn its territory into my own. My parents were stunned by my sudden change. I announced that I wanted to join the Junior Ranger program that summer. I told them I wanted to study forestry in college. They saw a troubled kid finally finding a direction, a purpose. They couldn't have known that my purpose wasn't born of passion, but of desperation. It was the decision of a soldier choosing his battlefield. I was 17 years old, and I was declaring war. I didn't know if I could win. I didn't know if I could even survive. But I knew I couldn't live in fear anymore. My laughter had been an invitation. My fear had been its nourishment. Now, it would get nothing from me but silence and vigilance. I would walk into the heart of its darkness, not as prey, but as a hunter. And I would keep walking until I found it, or it found me. I would get my answers, or I would die getting them. Because once the grinning man has seen you, he never forgets. And I was going to make damn sure he knew that neither did I. My name is Amani Adebayo, and for as long as I can remember, the mountains have been my sanctuary. Not the manicured parks on the edges of cities, but the real, untamed wilderness. The kind that breathes around you, ancient and indifferent. It's a passion that led me from a stuffy biology degree into the green uniform of a park ranger. I'd done my time in the rolling hills of state parks, dealing with lost hikers and teenagers with cheap beer, always dreaming of a post deeper in the wild. When the transfer to a remote station along the Appalachian Trail in Virginia came through, it felt like I had finally come home. The station wasn't much more than a glorified log cabin, tucked away in a small, forgotten valley miles from the nearest paved road. The journey there was a test in itself, my beat-up truck groaning up gravel paths that were more like creek beds. When I finally pulled up, a man was waiting on the porch, leaning against a railing that looked as tired as he did. He was the ranger I was replacing, a man named Silas, whose face was a road map of wrinkles carved by decades of sun and worry. He didn't smile. He just watched me get out of the truck, his eyes a pale, faded blue. "You're Adebayo."
He stated it wasn't a question.
"Ranger Amani Adebayo, yes, sir." "It's a pleasure to meet you," I said, offering a hand. He looked at my outstretched hand for a moment before giving it a single, dry shake. His grip was surprisingly firm, like old leather. Silas. Last day. He let go and immediately reached into his pocket, pulling out a heavy ring of brass keys. He pressed them into my palm. "She's all yours. The truck, the cabin, the whole damn quiet." I looked from the keys to his face. He seemed eager to leave, yet rooted to the spot. There was a strange intensity in his gaze, a weight I couldn't decipher. Everything in order. I asked, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "As it ever is," he rasped, his voice like gravel. He took a step closer, and the air grew heavy. His gaze was unnervingly direct, pinning me in place. "Let me give you one piece of advice, ranger to ranger. The most important thing you'll ever learn out here." I stood straighter, ready for some nugget of mountain wisdom about tracking bears or predicting weather. "At night," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "you'll hear things. Sounds that don't belong. You'll hear scratching on the cabin walls." He paused, letting the words hang in the still air between us. "Don't look out the window. No matter what you do, you don't look. It just wants to see if you're paying attention." The statement was so bizarre, so out of place, that I almost laughed. It sounded like the opening to a campfire ghost story, a hazing ritual for the new recruit. But the look in Silas's eyes was anything but funny. It was a look of profound, bone-deep exhaustion, of a man who had been paying attention for far too long. He wasn't joking, right? I said slowly, forcing a nod. "Don't look." "Got it." He seemed satisfied, or at least as satisfied as a man like him could be. He gave a final, curt nod, turned without another word, and walked to a dusty old sedan parked behind the cabin. He didn't look back. I stood on the porch, the brass keys suddenly feeling cold in my hand, and watched until his car disappeared down the winding path, leaving me alone with the silent trees and his echoing words. The rest of the day was spent settling in. I unpacked my life from a few cardboard boxes, placing books on the dusty shelves and hanging a familiar photograph of my family on the wall. The cabin was rustic but solid, built from thick, dark logs. It smelled of pine, wood smoke, and something else. Something old and musky, like a place that had been lived in for 100 years. As I swept the floors and wiped down the counters, I tried to push Silas's warning out of my mind. It was a folktale, nothing more. Every remote place has its local legends, its boogeymen. This was his. He was probably having a good laugh on his way to Florida. As evening approached, I took a walk around the perimeter. The beauty of the place was staggering. The setting sun cast long, golden shadows through the dense canopy of oaks and hickories. The air was crisp and clean, and the only sounds were the chattering of a nearby creek and the gentle rustle of leaves. This was why I was here, this peace, this isolation. It was perfect. The old ranger was just trying to spook me. Night fell like a thick, black curtain. Out here, with no city lights to pollute the sky, the darkness was absolute. The stars that emerged were brilliant and overwhelming, a cold, glittering sea. But with the darkness came a change in the sounds. The familiar daytime chatter of the forest faded, replaced by the hoot of a distant owl, the snap of a twig in the undergrowth, the lonely howl of a coyote. These were the sounds I knew, the sounds I loved. They were the symphony of the wild. I made dinner, read a chapter of my book, and tried to feel at home. But Silas's words kept creeping back, uninvited. You'll hear scratching. I found myself listening more intently than usual, my ears straining to decipher every little noise. Was that the wind, or the skittering of a mouse? It was close to midnight when it started. At first it was faint, almost imperceptible. A soft, scraping sound. Cease, sesk. It came from the north wall, the one facing the deepest part of the woods. I froze, my book forgotten in my lap. A branch, I told myself. It's just a tree branch scraping against the logs in the wind. I held my breath, listening. The wind was still. There was no breeze rustling the leaves. Seesk, seesker, seescrape. It was louder now, sharper. It wasn't the rhythmic, mindless scrape of a branch. This was deliberate. It had a texture to it, a dry, rasping quality like nails, long, hard nails being dragged slowly across the wood. My heart began to beat a frantic, heavy rhythm against my ribs. I stood up slowly, every muscle in my body tense. My gaze was immediately drawn to the window on that wall. It was a single dark pane of glass, reflecting the dim light of my reading lamp. Outside was a void. All I had to do was walk a few steps, pull back the thin curtain, and look. The urge was a physical thing, a powerful magnetic pull. I needed to see. I needed to know what was making that god-awful sound. Don't look out the window. Silas's voice echoed in my head, as clear as if he were standing beside me. Scarp. Dear age. Scarp. The sound was moving. It traveled along the wall towards the corner, slow and methodical. This wasn't an animal. Animals scrabble, they claw, they dig. They don't drag their claws in a steady, patient line along the side of a house. My breath hitched in my throat. My hands were balled into fists, my knuckles white. I backed away from the window, my eyes locked on the dark, reflective glass. It felt like the window was watching me back. The scratching continued, a horrifyingly intimate sound that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards and up my spine. It was a sound that knew I was inside. It knew I was listening. It just wants to see if you're paying attention. And in that moment, I understood. This was a test. It wasn't about what was outside. It was about me. About my discipline, my control. Looking was acknowledging it. Looking was letting it win. Looking was letting it in. I turned my back on the window, a feat that took every ounce of my willpower. I walked to the small kitchen table, sat down on a hard wooden chair, and stared at the opposite wall. I would not look. I would not give it the satisfaction. I sat there, rigid and trembling, as the scratching continued its slow, deliberate journey around my new home, listening to the sound of its nails on the walls, and paying a terrible, terrifying attention. I don't know how long I sat there, a statue carved from fear, but eventually the scratching stopped. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was somehow worse. It was a listening silence, heavy and expectant. I stayed at the table until the first pale fingers of dawn clawed their way over the mountains, spilling weak, gray light into the cabin. Only then did I feel the iron grip on my muscles begin to loosen. Sleep was an impossibility. When the sun was fully up, bathing the valley in a light that felt like a shield, I forced myself to go outside. My heart hammered against my ribs as I rounded the corner to the north wall, the place where the sound had started. I expected to see something. Deep gouges in the logs, splintered wood, something to prove I hadn't lost my mind. There was nothing. I ran my trembling fingers over the rough bark of the logs. The surface was smooth, weathered by years of wind and rain, but unmarked. Not a single scratch. I circled the entire cabin, my eyes scanning every inch of the walls, from the foundation to the eaves. Nothing. It was pristine. A part of me screamed in frustration. A physical mark would have been terrifying, but understandable. A bear, a cugger, even a vandal. But this was worse. This meant the sound, the deliberate, patient scratching, had left no trace on the physical world, only on my sanity. Silas hadn't been warning me about an animal. He had been warning me about a ghost. The days that followed fell into a horrifying rhythm. During the day, I was Ranger Amani. I forced myself to perform my duties, to hike the trails, clear fallen branches, and check on the emergency shelters. The forest, which had always been my sanctuary, now felt different. The familiar sounds of the wilderness were layered with a new sense of menace. Every snap of a twig made my head whip around. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a waiting shape just at the edge of my vision. I felt constantly watched, a primal fear that burrowed deep into my soul. I was an intruder here, and the ancient woods knew it. But it was the nights I truly dreaded. As soon as the sun dipped below the ridge, the anxiety would begin its slow, coiling ascent up my spine, and every single night, just as the darkness became absolute, the scratching would begin, always at the same time, always starting on the north wall. A slow, methodical scraping that would travel the perimeter of my small, lonely cabin. It became a form of torture. I tried to drown it out with music, but the sound seemed to slip through the notes. I tried reading aloud, but the scraping was a horrifying counterpoint to my own voice. I was unraveling. Sleep came in short, fitful bursts, plagued by nightmares of long, pale fingers and dark, empty windows. I grew gaunt, with dark circles under my eyes that no amount of coffee could hide. I was a ranger, a scientist. I needed a rational explanation. I scoured the area around the cabin for tracks, for any sign of a predator or a person. I found deer prints, the delicate tracks of a fox, the scat of a black bear miles down the trail, but nothing, absolutely nothing, near the cabin that could explain the nightly visitor. On the fifth day, desperate for a connection to the man who had faced this before me, I searched the cabin. In the bottom drawer of the main desk, beneath old maps and maintenance logs, I found it. It wasn't the official station logbook, but a small, leather-bound journal, its pages warped and soft with age. Silas's handwriting filled the pages, neat and clinical at first, but growing more jagged and frantic as the entries progressed. He called it The Watcher. October 12th, or the scratching has started again. Same time as last year. The rule holds. Do not look. Do not acknowledge. It feeds on attention. November 3rd found tracks this morning. Not deer. Not bear. Long, narrow prints with too many toes. They were gone an hour later. The ground was smooth, as if they'd never been there. December 19th, it's getting colder. The scratching seems louder, more insistent. It feels hungry. I almost looked tonight. The urge was overwhelming. I had to bite my own hand to stop myself. The pain was a welcome distraction. I read for hours, my blood turning to ice. Silas had endured this for years. He wrote of how the phenomenon wasn't tied to the cabin, but to the land itself. He found references in old county records, tales from the original settlers of a thing in the trees that would test the inhabitants of this valley. The rule was always the same: you survive by ignoring it. You pretend it isn't there. But the final entries were the most terrifying. March 5th, it knows I'm leaving. The pattern has changed. It's testing me in new ways. Last night, it wasn't scratching. It was tapping. On the window. March 10th, it whispered my name. I slammed the journal shut, my breath coming in ragged gasps. That was only a few days before I arrived. He hadn't just been tired, he had been broken. He had fled. That night, I sat at the table. Silas's journal clutched in my hands like a holy text. I was prepared for the scratching. I steeled myself for it as the darkness fell. Midnight came and went. The cabin remained silent. The absence of the sound was a new kind of terror. I waited, my ears straining, every nerve ending on fire. Then it came. Tap. A single, soft sound from the north window. It wasn't the sharp rap of a beak or the click of a branch. It was a soft, fleshy sound, like the pat of a finger against the glass. Tap. Slow. Patient. Deliberate. My eyes were screwed shut. I dug my nails into the worn leather of the journal. Don't look, Amani. Don't you dare look. The scratching had been a general address to the cabin, but this was personal. This was directed at me. It was at the window, right there, just a few feet away. I fought to control my breathing, to quiet the frantic drumming of my own heart. The tapping stopped. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. I held my breath, praying it was over, and then I heard it. A faint, wet, dragging sound. Right against the glass. The sound of something being slowly drawn across the pane. It was followed by a low, eerie whisper, a sound that wasn't quite a word, but held the chilling shape of a voice. It was the sound of a cold, empty breath fogging the window on the other side. That was the breaking point. The scratching was terror, the tapping was a violation, but this was an intimacy so profound, so horrifying, that it shattered the last remnants of my composure. My body reacted before my mind could. A choked, guttural scream tore from my throat, and I scrambled backwards, my chair crashing to the floor. My back slammed against the kitchen counter, and I slid down it, my limbs shaking uncontrollably. I was on the floor, curled into a ball, with my eyes squeezed shut and my hands clamped over my ears. But I couldn't block it out. The sound was no longer just in the room, it was inside my head. The wet, slick sound of something dragging against glass. The hollow, breathy whisper that coiled around the edges of my hearing like a serpent. It was a sound that promised decay and emptiness. It was trying to form my name, Amani. The thought sent a fresh wave of revulsion through me. It had whispered Silas's name before he fled. Now it was learning mine. I stayed on the floor, trembling for what felt like an eternity. The whispering faded, and the silence that followed was absolute. No wind, no owls, no coyotes. The entire forest was holding its breath, listening with me. It knew what was outside my window. The cabin was no longer a shelter, it was a cage, and I was the bait. Something had to change. I couldn't survive another night of this escalating terror. Silas had fled. He had chosen survival. But as I lay there on the cold wooden floor, a different feeling began to burn through the fear-anger. A hot, defiant rage. This was my post. This was my sanctuary. I had worked my entire life to get here. I would not be driven out by a shadow, a ghost story that fed on fear. It feeds on attention. Silas's words, I had been giving it my full, undivided attention. My fear, my anxiety, my sleepless nights, they were a feast. I had followed his first rule, don't look. But I had failed to grasp the deeper meaning. It wasn't just about not looking out the window. It was about not engaging at all. It was about starving it. With a surge of adrenaline, I got to my feet. My legs were shaky, but my resolve was like steel. I would not spend another night cowering in the dark. I would take back the night. My training as a ranger, my scientific mind kicked in. I needed a plan. I needed countermeasures. The next day, I didn't hike the trails. I worked. I spent the morning covering every window in the cabin. I didn't just draw the curtains. I used a staple gun and thick, black trash bags, sealing every single pane of glass. I plunged the cabin into an artificial twilight. If I couldn't see out, I wouldn't be tempted to look. It was a physical barrier for a psychological battle. Then, I turned my attention to the sound. I rummaged through my gear and found my noise, canceling headphones, the ones I used for long trips. I made sure they were fully charged. My plan was simple. When night fell, I would create my own reality, a bubble of light and sound that the watcher could not penetrate. As dusk approached, I wasn't anxious. I was ready. I turned on every light in the cabin, dispelling all the shadows. I put a kettle on the stove, the familiar whistle a comforting sound of normality. I laid out Silas's journal, my own logbook, and a map of the area on the kitchen table. This was my command center. The sun went down. The oppressive, watching silence fell over the forest. I put on the headphones, selected a playlist of loud, aggressive rock music, and turned the volume up until it was a roaring wall of sound in my ears. I couldn't hear the wind. I couldn't hear the creak. I could only hear the driving beat of the drums and the scream of electric guitars. I focused on my work. I started cross-referencing Silas's journal with the old maps, looking for the locations he'd mentioned, the places where the long, narrow prints had been found. I made notes. I forced my mind to concentrate on facts, on data, on the tangible world. The music blared. The lights hummed. An hour passed. Then another. I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe it was working. Maybe the lack of a terrified audience had bored it. And then I felt it. A vibration. It was low, coming up through the floorboards, through the legs of my chair. It was a rhythmic, deep thrumming that resonated in my bones, bypassing the music in my ears completely. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of something immense and heavy hitting the side of the cabin. Not a scratch, not a tap, a full-bodied impact. The lights flickered. A book tumbled from a shelf. THUMP. The whole cabin shuddered. The wall of sound from my headphones suddenly felt pathetic, useless. This thing didn't need to be heard. It could make itself felt. My heart hammered in sync with the impacts. I ripped the headphones off. The silence in between the thumps was deafening.
THUMP.
TMP was angry. I had changed the rules of the game, and it was furious. It was no longer trying to get my attention. It was trying to get in. I stared at the north wall, at the black plastic covering the window, imagining the wood splintering, the glass shattering. Then a new sound. The slow, groaning creak of wood under immense pressure. It wasn't at the walls anymore. It was on the roof. I heard a sound like 1,000 tiny claws scrabbling for purchase on the shingles, followed by a heavy dragging as if it were pulling its massive body across the peak of the roof. It was directly above me. My carefully constructed fortress of defiance crumbled into dust. This was a force of nature, an ancient power I couldn't hope to fight. Silas wasn't a coward. He was a survivor. I grabbed the keys to the truck. I snatched my wallet and my satellite phone from the counter. I didn't pack a single other thing. As I fumbled with the lock on the cabin door, a deafening screech erupted from the roof, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage that vibrated through the air. I threw the door open and ran. I didn't look back. I sprinted through the darkness towards my truck, the air cold and sharp in my lungs. I jumped inside, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, its headlights cutting a desperate path through the suffocating dark. I slammed the truck into reverse, spun the wheel, and floored it. As the truck lurched forward down the gravel path, away from the cabin, my eyes were drawn for a single, horrifying second to the rearview mirror. In the faint, bouncing glow of the taillights, something was descending from the cabin roof. It was not a man or a beast. It was long and emaciated, its limbs impossibly thin and stretched. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, a bondless horror clinging to the logs. And as it turned its head towards the retreating lights of my truck, I saw its face. It had no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a smooth, pale expanse of skin. But I knew, with a certainty that will haunt me for the rest of my days, that it was looking right at me. And I knew that it was smiling. My name is Sam Russo, and as of 3 weeks ago, I am a newly commissioned park ranger assigned to a remote sector of the Appalachian Trail in the heart of the Smoky Mountains. It was the culmination of a lifelong dream. Ever since I was a kid, trekking through the state parks in my home state of Pennsylvania with my father, I felt abhorred the untamed wilderness. There's a purity to it, a sense of ancient, undisturbed peace that you can't find anywhere in the sprawling concrete jungles of modern life. I pursued a degree in forestry with a minor in wildlife management, graduated top of my class, and immediately applied to every Park Service opening I could find. This posting was the first to respond, and I accepted without a moment's hesitation. My station is a small, rustic cabin named Outpost Juniper, nestled deep within a sprawling valley. It's a good 2-hour drive on winding, often unpaved, roads from the nearest town, and another 40, 5-minute hike from the small gravel lot where I park my truck. The isolation is profound. My jurisdiction covers a 20-mile stretch of the trail, a rugged, beautiful, and often treacherous landscape of dense forests, steep inclines, and breathtaking vistas. For the most part, my duties are what you'd expect: trail maintenance, assisting hikers, monitoring wildlife, and ensuring adherence to park regulations. It's quiet work, and for the first week, it was idyllic. The ranger I was replacing, a man named Elias Thorne, handled my orientation. He was a character straight out of a mountain folklore book, tall and wary, with a wild mane of silver hair and a beard to match. His face was a roadmap of wrinkles, and his eyes, a piercing blue, seemed to hold the weight of decades spent in these woods. He'd been on this post for 30 years and was retiring to live with his daughter in Florida, a place he spoke of with the same enthusiasm one might reserve for a dental appointment. During our one-day overlap, Elias walked me through the practicalities of the job, the best spots to find down trees after a storm, the seasonal habits of the local black bear population, the tricky section of the trail near Ramsey Cascades that was prone to washouts. It was all standard procedure until the end of the day. We were sitting on the porch of the cabin, watching the sun dip below the jagged peaks, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. "All right, kid," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "I've told you the official stuff. Now I'm going to tell you the important stuff. The things they don't put in the manual." He leaned forward, his expression turning serious. "There are rules for this valley, not park rules. Older rules, you follow them, you'll be fine. You don't, well, I wouldn't be here 30 years if I didn't follow them." I must have looked skeptical because he sighed. "I'm not trying to spook you, Sam. I'm trying to keep you safe. Just listen. Write them down if you have to." And so he gave me the list, a set of bizarre, seemingly nonsensical commandments for living in this specific stretch of wilderness. 1. Never stay out on the trail after the sun has fully set. Twilight is one thing, but once the last light is gone, you get back to this cabin and you lock the door. Doesn't matter what you hear. 2. If you find a staircase in the woods, you turn around and walk away. Don't look at it for too long, don't get curious, and for the love of God, don't you ever climb it. There's nothing at the top you want to see. 3. You will sometimes hear music. Faint, like a fiddle or a flute. It's nice enough, but don't try to find where it's coming from. It doesn't like to be found. 4. Do not whistle at night. Not on the porch, not in the cabin. No whistling. It's an invitation. 5. If an animal acts unnatural, walks on 2 legs when it shouldn't, speaks in a voice that sounds almost human, it's not an animal. Don't engage with it. Don't run. Just back away slowly and don't break eye contact until it's out of sight. 6. And the most important one, Sam, if you are alone and you hear your name called from the trees, you do not answer. No matter how familiar the voice sounds, it's a trap. It's always a trap. He delivered this list with such unnerving sincerity that I couldn't just laugh it off. I nodded, promising I would remember, though a part of my rational mind was already dismissing it as the ramblings of an old man who'd spent too much time alone. Stairs in the woods. Talking animals. It sounded like something from a campfire story. Elias left the next morning, and the true silence of the valley descended upon me. The first week was peaceful. I cleared fallen logs, rerouted a small stream that was eroding the path, and enjoyed the solitude. I hiked my entire 20-mile section, getting the lay of the land. I saw plenty of deer, a few bears from a safe distance, and a flock of wild turkeys. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I slept soundly, the gentle sounds of the forest a soothing lullaby. I even chuckled to myself once or twice about Elias's strange rules. The second week, things began to change. It started subtly. I was repairing a trail marker about 5 miles north of the cabin when I found a child's shoe. It was an old-fashioned leather boot, the kind you might see in a museum. It was sitting perfectly upright on a large, flat rock, as if it had been placed there for someone to find. There were no other signs of a person, no tracks. Nothing. It was just there. I packed it in my bag, thinking I'd turn it in at the main ranger station on my next trip to town, but the image of it stayed with me. It was pristine, despite the damp forest floor, with no signs of wear or decay. A few nights later, I was jolted awake by a sound. It was music, a faint, lilting melody that seemed to drift on the wind, just as Elias had described. It sounded like a flute, a haunting and beautiful tune that was both melancholic and deeply unsettling. I got out of bed and went to the window, peering into the inky blackness. The music seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Rule 83 echoed in my head, don't try to find where it's coming from. I felt a primal urge to do just that, to grab my flashlight and venture into the night. But a stronger, colder feeling held me back. I went back to bed, but the music continued for nearly an hour, a lonely serenade in the heart of the mountains. The event that truly shattered my skepticism happened yesterday. I was on the final leg of my patrol, heading back to the cabin as dusk began to settle. The woods grew quiet, as they always do during that transitional time between day and night. The air was still and heavy. That's when I heard it. Sam. The voice was clear as a bell, cutting through the silence. It came from the dense thicket of rhododendron to my left, and it sounded exactly like my father. The same tone, the same inflection he used when he'd call me in for dinner as a child. My heart leaped into my throat. For a split second, pure, illogical joy surged through me, Dad. I took a step toward the sound, my mouth opening to reply. Dad, is that... Then Elias's final rule slammed into my mind with the force of a physical blow. If you are alone and you hear your name called from the trees, you do not answer. It's a trap. It's always a trap. A cold sweat broke out across my entire body. My blood ran like ice in my veins. The voice hadn't sounded malicious. It had sounded warm, familiar, and real, so terrifyingly real. Sam, come on, son. Over here, I stood frozen on the path, my feet rooted to the spot. Every instinct screamed at me to answer, to run toward the voice of the man who taught me to love these woods. But the memory of Elias's grim face, the dead seriousness in his eyes, held me captive. I clenched my fists, my knuckles turning white. I slowly, deliberately turned my back to the sound and continued walking down the path toward my cabin, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I didn't run. I walked, each step a monumental effort of will. The voice called my name one more time, but this time it was different. The warmth was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp edge of annoyance. Then silence. I didn't look back. I walked the final mile to my cabin, fumbled with the keys, and slammed the door shut, throwing the deadbolt with a trembling hand. I am writing this now by the light of a single lantern. The sun is down. The forest is completely black. And I know with a certainty that chills me to my very soul that I am not alone in this valley. Elias wasn't crazy. And I just ignored a warning from whatever is out there in the dark. I have a feeling it didn't like that one bit. Sleep did not come that night. Every gust of wind rattling the window pane was the sound of something trying to get in. Every creak of the cabin's old timbers was the footstep of some unseen creature circling its prey. I sat in the single armchair, my shotgun resting across my lap, watching the impenetrable darkness outside the windows until the first, faint fingers of dawn began to probe the edges of the valley. The relief I felt was fleeting. The light didn't bring safety. It only illuminated the prison I was in. The forest that had seemed like a sanctuary just days ago now felt like a cage, and I was trapped inside with the predator. My mind raced, replaying the moment I heard my father's voice. The initial, gut-wrenching temptation to answer, and then the cold, alien annoyance that had replaced it. It had been a test, a lure, and by ignoring it, I hadn't won. I'd simply announced that I was aware of the game. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. What kind of thing hunts like that? For hours, I considered my options. I could pack my bag, hike back to my truck, and just leave. Drive until the Smoky Mountains were a hazy blue line in my rearview mirror, and never look back. I could radio the main station and tell them, what? That I was being harassed by a voice mimicking entity. They'd think I was having a mental breakdown. They'd send someone to relieve me, sure. But the story would follow me. My career would be over before it had even begun. A deeper, more primal part of me knew that running wouldn't be that simple. Whatever was in this valley felt ancient and territorial. Leaving might be a violation of a rule I didn't even know existed. Duty, or maybe just sheer terror, fueled stubbornness, won out, I was a park ranger. This was my post. I had to at least pretend to do my job. After forcing down some coffee and a dry piece of toast, I grabbed my pack, checked the load on my shotgun, and stepped out onto the porch. The air was different. The usual morning chorus of birds was conspicuously absent. A deep, oppressive silence hung over the trees, heavy and watchful. It felt like the entire valley was holding its breath. I decided to patrol the southern loop, a section I hadn't checked in a few days. The silence of the forest was a constant weight on my shoulders. Every snapped twig under my boots sounded like a gunshot. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning the dense undergrowth for any sign of movement. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague paranoia. It was a tangible presence, a pressure against my skin. About 2 hours into my hike, I ventured slightly off trail to inspect a patch of ginseng, one of Elias's tips for spotting poachers. I was pushing through a thicket of mountain laurel when I stumbled out into a small, unnaturally clear grove. And I saw it. My breath caught in my throat, and my heart felt like it had stopped beating. In the center of the clearing stood a flight of stairs. It wasn't the ruin of an old homestead. It was a pristine, freestanding staircase, carpeted in a faded, mousse, green shag rug. It rose out of the forest floor unconnected to anything and climbed about 15 feet into the empty air, ending at a small, carpeted landing that led to nowhere. It was the most jarring, profoundly wrong thing I had ever seen. The wood of the banister was polished. The carpet was clean, free of the dirt and leaves that littered the ground all around it. It looked like someone had sliced it out of a 1970s suburban home and pasted it into the middle of the ancient wilderness. Elias's second rule screamed in my head: if you find a staircase in the woods, you turn around and walk away. Don't look at it for too long, and for the love of God, don't you ever climb it. But I was frozen, mesmerized by the sheer impossibility of it. My logical mind was scrambling for an explanation. A prank, an art installation. But who would haul this out here, and how could they keep it so immaculate? There were no tracks, no signs of disturbance around its base. It was simply there. A morbid, terrifying curiosity began to bubble up inside me, a dark urge to defy the warning. What was at the top? I took an involuntary step forward, my eyes fixed on the top step. A strange, humming sensation seemed to emanate from it, a low-frequency vibration that I felt in my teeth. It was a siren's call, promising answers to questions I was too afraid to even form. Snap. The sound of a branch breaking a few yards behind me sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through my system. I spun around, raising the shotgun, my heart hammering against my ribs. For a moment, I saw nothing but trees. Then I caught the movement. Standing between two large oak trees, partially obscured by shadow, was a figure. It was humanoid in shape, but that's where the resemblance to anything normal ended. It was tall and unnaturally thin, its limbs too long for its body. It was wearing what looked like tattered overalls, but its movements were all wrong, jerky and disjointed, like a marionette with its strings tangled. It was too far to see its face clearly, but I didn't need to. I knew, with every fiber of my being, that this was connected to the stairs, to the voice. It was one of them. Rule 85 flashed in my mind. If an animal acts unnatural, it's not an animal. This wasn't an animal, but the principle felt the same. Its posture was wrong, its stillness was wrong. It was a predator. My training screamed at me to shout, to make myself look big, to fire a warning shot. But Elias's rules had proven their worth. Don't engage with it. Don't run. Just back away slowly and don't break eye contact. My gaze was locked with the shadowed space where its face should be. I began to walk backward, one slow, deliberate step at a time. My boots crunched on the dry leaves, the sound deafening in the silence. The figure remained perfectly still, a silent sentinel guarding the impossible staircase. I kept backing away, my shotgun held tight against my shoulder, my finger trembling on the trigger guard. I never broke eye contact. I backed away for what felt like an eternity, down the small incline and back into the dense laurel bushes. Only when the trees completely obscured my view of the clearing and the silent figure did I turn. And then I ran. I crashed through the undergrowth with reckless abandon, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I just ran in the general direction of the cabin, pure, instinctual flight. I burst out of the tree line and sprinted across the clearing to my cabin, not daring to look behind me. I slammed the heavy wooden door shut, threw the deadbolt, and slumped against it, gasping for air, my entire body shaking with a violence I had never experienced. After my breathing returned to something resembling normal, I stumbled over to the small table where I kept my supplies. The old leather child's boot I'd found sat there, a silent mocking trophy. I stared at it, then at the radio unit in the corner, my lifeline, my connection to the outside world. With a trembling hand, I picked up the receiver and switched it on. Outpost Juniper to base. Outpost Juniper to base, come in, over. The speaker hissed with static. This is Ranger Russo at Outpost Juniper, I said, my voice cracking. I have an emergency situation. I repeat, an emergency. And in base. The static crackled and popped. Then, for a brief, horrifying moment, the static cleared. But it wasn't the voice of the dispatcher that came through. It was music. A faint, lilting melody. Weaving in and out of the static, it was the sound of a flute. I dropped the radio receiver as if it were red hot. It hit the wooden floor with a clatter that sounded deafening in the sudden silence. The flute music was gone, replaced by the dead hiss of static. My lifeline wasn't just cut, it had been corrupted, turned into another instrument of their psychological warfare. They weren't just in the woods. They were in the wires, in the very airwaves. The isolation I had once found peaceful was now absolute and terrifying. I was well and truly on my own. The rest of the day passed in a blur of heart-pounding anxiety. I didn't dare step outside. I barricaded the door with the heavy wooden table and wedged the armchair under the knob. I checked the windows, ensuring the locks were secure, though I knew it was a futile gesture. If they wanted to get in, a simple latch wouldn't stop them. The shotgun felt pitifully inadequate, a child's toy against an unknowable, ancient power. I found Elias's old logbook in a drawer beneath the bunk. His last few entries were terse and erratic. The music is closer tonight. Saw the tall man by the creek. They whispered her name. The last entry, dated the day before he left, simply said, "It's a bad season. The hunger is strong. Don't let them fool you." As dust bled across the sky, the true siege began. It started with a soft tapping on the roof, like the patter of rain, but the sky was clear and star-filled. The tapping grew more insistent, moving down the walls, a rhythmic, deliberate sound. Then came the scratching. Long, slow scrapes against the wooden door, the sound of ragged claws or dry branches being dragged across the surface. I sat in the center of the room, my shotgun aimed at the door, every muscle tensed. Then I heard the whistling. It was a cheerful, carefree tune, something you'd whistle on a summer's day without a thought. It drifted from just outside the front porch, clear and impossibly loud in the dead, silent forest. It was a direct, contemptuous violation of Rule 84. This wasn't a random sound of the forest, this was a message. It was mockery. They knew the rules I was trying to follow, and they were showing me how little those rules would protect me. The whistling went on for nearly an hour, a maddening, relentless serenade that frayed my nerves to the breaking point. I knew I couldn't stay. The cabin was no longer a shelter. It was a coffin waiting to be sealed. My only chance was the truck, a 45-minute hike away. A lifetime away. I had to leave, but I couldn't just walk out the door. They were waiting, watching. I needed a plan. My eyes fell on the objects on the small side table, Elias's logbook, my compass, and the small, leather child's boot. An idea born of desperation sparked in my mind. It was insane, but it was all I had. I waited until the darkest hour of the night, when the moon was hidden behind the peaks. The whistling had stopped, replaced by an unnerving silence that was somehow worse. I crept to the back window of the cabin, the one that faced away from the trail. With trembling hands, I quietly unlatched it and slid it open just enough to push something through. I took the child's boot, tied a long piece of twine to it, and gently lowered it to the ground outside. Then, holding the other end of the twine, I moved to the front of the cabin, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I took a deep breath and I pulled the twine. The boot scraped against the dirt and leaves on the other side of the cabin a small, rustling sound. Instantly, a chorus of inhuman chittering and guttural clicks erupted from the front porch area. I heard heavy, scrambling movements as whatever was out there rushed to investigate the noise. It was the sound of a pack of predators descending on a wounded animal. That was my chance. Without a second's hesitation, I unbarred the door, flung it open, and sprinted out into the night. I didn't head for the trail. I plunged directly into the woods, heading west, away from the path and the clearing with the stairs. I ran blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline, crashing through brush and ignoring the branches that clawed at my face and arms. Behind me, I heard a shriek of rage, a sound that was not of this world, as they realized my deception. The forest was a maze of black shadows and menacing shapes. I used my compass and the faint starlight that filtered through the canopy to navigate. I could hear them coming after me. It wasn't the sound of footsteps, but a skittering, dragging presence that seemed to move through the trees with unnatural speed. They were flanking me, trying to herd me. I pushed myself harder, my lungs on fire, my legs screaming in protest. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled out onto the gravel service road that led to the small parking lot. I was close. The trees thinned out ahead. I could see the faint outline of my truck. Then, the forest fell silent once more. The skittering sounds ceased. A new voice, gentle and filled with pain, drifted from the trees to my right. "Sam? Oh, thank God. Help me, baby." I fell. I think my leg is broken. It was my mother's voice. A sob escaped my throat. It was so perfect, so full of genuine fear and pain that for a split second I believed it. My entire being yearned to run to her, to help her. But I knew, it's a trap. It's always a trap. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my face, and kept moving toward the truck. "Don't you walk away from me, Samuel?" The voice shrieked, the love in it curdling into venomous rage. "You were always a selfish boy." I ignored it, my hand reaching into my pocket for my keys. Just a few more yards. A large buck stepped out of the woods and onto the road, blocking my path. It stood perfectly still, its magnificent antlers like a crown of dead branches against the night sky. I froze. Then it turned its head, its neck bending at an angle that was sickeningly wrong. It opened its mouth, and a voice, Elias Thorne's gravelly, tired voice, came out. "Should have climbed the stairs. Kid," the deer said, its dark eyes ancient and empty. "The view is so much better from the top." That broke me. Rule Quaint 5, "It's not an animal," was my last defense, but I had no protocol for this. I didn't back away. I screamed a raw, wordless sound of pure terror and sprinted the last few feet to my truck. My hand shook so violently I could barely fit the key in the lock. The door clicked open. I threw myself inside, slammed it shut, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I threw the truck into reverse, stomped on the gas, and peeled out of the lot, spraying gravel everywhere. I didn't look in my rearview mirror until the sun was rising, and I was on the main highway, 100 miles away. My breath was still coming in ragged gasps, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I was out. I was alive. When I finally pulled into a brightly lit gas station, the normalcy of it, the humming coolers, the smell of coffee, felt like a dream. I filled my tank, my body still trembling from the ordeal. As I went to get back into my truck, I glanced into the back seat. My heart stopped. Sitting perfectly upright in the middle of the seat, as if it had been carefully placed there, was a single old-fashioned leather child's boot.